Chapter 1545. Groups of ancient altars were laid out like a huge carpet that extended forward. Some of the altars were very old, full of cracks, broken parts, and some were even missing some parts. They looked like things that were dug out from a garbage dump, leaving behind mottled traces of vicissitudes. It was full of the aura of time. Yun Nuashing suspected that a considerable part of this large group of altars could no longer be used, and were just put out to make up the numbers. The endless carpet of altars was filled with a considerable amount of energy. A tremendous amount of power of order and laws gathered in the area, as if all the energy in the entire star region had been drawn here. Yun Nuashing and the others stood at the very front of the array of altars and raised their heads to look at it. It was the entrance to a chaotic spatial tunnel. Layers of vortexes collapsed from the edges towards the center. A single glance at it would make one feel like they had fallen into a cycle of reincarnation. This thing was probably as tall as 1,000 miles, and it was very spacious. It was like a vortex had squeezed out from a spatial crack and then expanded the crack quite a bit. It did not have any thickness, and from the side, one could only see a thin line. It was like an energy projection that only existed on the level of space and rules, and did not appear in the real world. It would take a little more effort to open it. Yu Qi looked at the distorted spatial tunnel before looking at the array of altars behind it. He said, "Although I knew they were prepared, I never expected them to be so extravagant. The power gathered by these altars should be enough to shatter this entire space, right?" Yun Nuashing turned to look at the altars. They were set up by the void overlords of the Soul Traversing Academy. They were gathering power to deal with the spatial tunnel in front of them. It looked like a tunnel, and in fact it was indeed a spatial tunnel. It was just that it was also a barrier. A large amount of chaotic energy gathered here had combined the spatial barrier and the tunnel into one. To break it open, they would probably need to gather a considerable amount of peak origin attacks. That was why he and the others had made such preparations. It was just that these altars looked a little unsettling. Well, he did not plan to use them anyway. Who knew if those altars with missing limbs could be used? Although they were still accumulating energy, it would be fun if they did not shatter the spatial barrier when they were activated and instead blasted themselves into the void. It would be exciting to accidentally break into the void in this chaotic, fourth-rank, dominating place. The blood essence of many people has gathered on these altars. A few of them have concentrated energy carriers similar to ours. Master Feng, there might be people in this void who will become energy life forms. Jing Yuanji looked away from the altars and smiled at Yun Nuashing. "Oh." Yun Nuashing responded. He had indeed sensed a similar aura from those altars. He could not help but laugh. Then let's look forward to seeing who has such ability. After leaving the Pantheon realm, I haven't seen many self-transformed life forms and cultivated into energy life forms. The few of them stopped and waited. After about 5 minutes, Ge Zhongming and Ning Fei arrived one after the other. As soon as they appeared, they shook their heads at Yun Nuashing. Ge Zhongming spoke first. "They ran away. We can't catch up. They're very vigilant. When they were in the ancient city earlier, they didn't appear in the central positions. Now that they've split up, they're still quite far away." Ning Fei spread his hands and sighed. He deliberately waited for a while. When he saw Yun Nuashing, he sighed and said, "However, there's still one discovery. That person should be in contact with the others in this space." "Oh yes, about that." At the mention of this, Ge Zhongming also had something to say. "That person seems to be one of the 10. That's what I heard in the ancient city. Now that I've seen the person's characteristics in a hurry that day, it shouldn't be wrong. The 10 people who sneaked in at the wrong time." Yun Nuashing crossed his arms and muttered to himself for a while. "That's interesting, but even if we know, it's useless. He ran away too quickly that day. We didn't have time to leave anything on him. It's not realistic to look for him all over the starry sky now. By the time we find him, I don't know what has happened to that point of law entanglement. Maybe it's been pulled out, and everything useful has been torn to pieces. Wouldn't my efforts have been in vain then? The woman, one of the 3 souls temporarily residing in his soul, said softly, that point of law entanglement may not have any recorded information left. The short-haired man also replied, well, that battlefield, although there aren't many memories left, and I can't remember it clearly, that place should be one of the most tragic battlefields. In the end, many people fell there. The energy torrent had washed away the conceptual layer of law in that place. Even if the point of law entanglement is reformed, it's probably only related to what happened later. I'm afraid it won't work if you want to use it to understand what happened in that battle. Is that so? Yun Nuashing showed a disdainful look, sighed deeply, and slowly changed the topic. But this is this, it is this. It was intercepted when I was walking in this void. No one dared to steal from me. Ahem, never mind. Let's not talk about him for now. As he spoke, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. It's too troublesome and tiring to capture people all over the universe without any backup plans. Let's just focus on what we're here to do. As for that fellow who intercepted us, he paused for a moment, then waved his hand. When fate comes, we'll naturally meet again. When that time comes, we'll settle the score with him. After confirming that the good people were all present, Yun Nuashing tied everyone with a layer of chains of order. He temporarily put Siyu, Qingyu, and the other 2 girls into his spiritual world. Then he slowly took out the Nethervoid sword and began to gather energy. Yu Qi sensed something and turned to look at the stars in the distance. Someone's approaching, but they won't be here for a while. The illusion I left behind can hold them off for a while. He paused and glanced at Yun Nuashing. He mumbled, the void can't be filled with weirdos like you right now, can it? The hand, holding the sword, trembled slightly. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. I'm a special case. Don't worry about these details. I'm going to open the door. Seeing him raise the Nethervoid sword casually, Ning Fei could not help but ask, can a sword break this barrier? They've prepared so many things for the soul traversing Academy. It can't be that. F***CK. It's going to open. The Nethervoid sword drew a purplish-black light, and the barrier in front of them split in half. The layers of vortexes that had appeared in the starry sky, like reflections, had materialized as the space in front of them was torn apart. They had a volume and had really turned into a space tunnel. They could even clearly feel the aura mixed with countless chaotic energies. The wind of energy that blew past their faces seemed to contain a large amount of rather unstable sequence power. It was 4th-rank power. Yu Qi's cheeks trembled. He was frightened by the 4th-rank power. The unstable sequence power inside is very dense. It seems like it really leads to a rather deep space. You're right. The space inside is very chaotic. That's right. Yun Nuashing raised his chin proudly. I won't joke about something like this. Right? Hold on tight to the magic circle I gave you. Use as much power as you can to operate the magic circle in case you run into some sort of sequence trap. Yes, it's just a name. That's what it means. Don't worry about the details. Let's go in if we're ready. Gu Zhongming and the others nodded. They walked a short distance with Yun Nuashing. They stood in front of the tunnel and raised their heads. The chaotic energy storm that was coming at them was even more violent. The space power and time power, mixed with sequence and rule fragments, were pressed against their faces in the form of lumps and ropes. The chaotic feeling made them feel that their energy was a little shaky and a little unstable. Gu Zhongming gulped. Well, Mr. Feng, are we just going to jump in like this? What else can we do? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and saw a trace of fear on his face. He lowered his head and rubbed his hair as he muttered, It will take some effort to find another space. Why don't you use the one here? Moreover, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find a more stable space in a short period of time. I just looked down at the space barrier. This is already a very weak place, which is why there is such a chaotic and unstable passage. The other space barriers are as thick as city walls and have a few 100 million layers of defensive runes and divine patterns. I can also break the barrier over there, but it will be even more unstable. The process of jumping in there can save a few million words. If you don't believe me, I can open a hole for you to see. No, there's no need. Ge Zhongming and the other two waved their hands and laughed dryly. They knew what the other places were like, but when they looked up at the chaotic tunnel in front of them, they couldn't help but sweat. This thing was really not that stable. They felt a little scared and a little guilty. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and shook his robe. He used more chains of order and precepts, and even used the power of the observer to tie everyone up. The other end of the chains wrapped around himself and Frost tightly. After that, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, I've added a lot of defense. Don't worry and jump. It'll be fine. But are you a man? Come, let's go in 3, 2, 1. Yun Nuoxing shouted. She pulled all the chains of order and rules and let everyone into the tunnel. Before everyone could react, they suddenly felt the world spinning. The vortex crashed in front of them. Gu Zhongming and Ning Fei were devastated. You didn't even count down for half a second. Boom! After the few of them plunged into the chaotic tunnel, the space suddenly boiled. The layers of spatial vortex seemed to have swallowed countless foreign objects and choked. One of the edges suddenly expanded several times, and then a chaotic energy torrent burst out with a bang, tearing the space from the shattered parts even more thoroughly. The energy poured out like a vast galaxy of energy, and it looked very spectacular. Most of the energy dissipated in the void, and a small part of it remained in the starry sky. The remaining energy rolled into a whirlwind on the spot and rushed into the tunnel. The roaring energy tide lasted for more than 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. The shattered space began to heal. Without Yun Nuoxing and the others blocking it, the space quickly stabilized and returned to normal. The layers of spatial vortex became in existence like an image again. It was impossible to see how thick it was or how real it was. There was no feeling of the spatial teleportation. It was as plain as ever. The moment they crossed over, they felt the power of space soar to the peak, but the moment they crossed over, it disappeared into nothingness. It was impossible to feel that feeling again. Behind them was a vast and boundless starry sky. There was no way they could see the layers of spatial vortex tunnel. Accompanied by a series of crashing sounds, Yun Nuoxing checked everyone's condition. After confirming that they were fine, she took them out from her soul. She touched them while observing the starry sky. It seems like we experienced a discontinuous spatial teleportation. Also, it seems to be one way. We can't see the teleportation tunnel we came from. Gu Zhongming let out a long sigh of relief when he did not experience the shock and horror that he expected. He also began to observe the starry sky. Which spatial level is this? Is it above? Or is it below? Or is it the surface layer or the deeper layer? According to the flow of the spatial power, we are heading inside. Yu Qi rolled his eyes at him. Wasn't this guy worried that he would get confused by talking about so many things? There's no change in the level of space. We're still in the real world, but we've walked a little deeper into the ruins. In the cold and dark starry sky, there were few distinguishing features. It was dead and lonely. There were not even many stars. It seemed to be a starry sky that was on the verge of death. It was eternally frozen at this moment. Perhaps it was already in its twilight state when it turned into a battlefield. Now, what appeared before them was just an image of destruction. Yun Nuoxing carefully sensed for a moment and said, "We've crossed a world barrier. This is a very clear boundary. We've crossed into another space. In the previous few spaces, if I didn't sense the changes in the laws of space, I would have thought that I was just passing through a starry sky. The ruins are piled up by many broken worlds. Basically, they are all bounded by spatial barriers, world barrier, or I can feel the existence of the world barrier. Ning Fei also felt the feeling of passing through the barrier. Just as he was about to wander into the spatial laws, he saw something from the corner of his eye. He quickly pointed and said, "There is something there!" Yun Nuashing and the rest turned their heads and went in that direction. It was a shining silver object. From the visual angle, it looked like a star. From the sensory angle, it should be some kind of huge energy condensation. When they were quite a distance away, Ge Zhongming saw what it was. His pupils shrank slightly. He opened his mouth and said in a shocking voice, "What the F***CK? What the F***CK? Ning Fei was also shocked. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She knocked on the heads of Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who wanted to be a repeater. She saw the two girls rubbing their heads and looking at her sadly. She could not help but pinch their faces again. "Is this the storm you were talking about?" Yun Nuashing nodded. She reached out and brushed her long hair that was messed up by the wind. "A storm zone. The scale is quite huge." The silver light was a storm that stood in the sky. It was a huge tornado that connected heaven and earth. Even though it was a few light years away, they could not see the end of it. It was like a silver tower that stood in the sky. Its height was probably measured in billions of light years. The width of the vortex at the top and bottom was even wider. It was enough to accommodate countless galaxies and star clusters. It cut off the connection between the sky and the interior, forming a world of its own. This storm was a combination of all the origin energy in the world, along with the shattered power of dimensional laws and two types of power of order clashing here. Any peak origin energy would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. As for peak origin energy, that would depend on the type. For someone like him, he would be able to treat this storm that was capable of mentally and physically suppressing any heavenly god as if it was a summer breeze. It was cool. Well, it was one thing for him to not be afraid, but it was another thing for his companions to not be afraid. Even if he was not afraid, he could not prevent this space from crumbling under the ravaging of this gigantic storm. This storm, TSK, it can be ranked second among all the storms formed by the clash of order that I have seen in my life. This is only the second place. Ge Zhongming was shocked. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Then what is the scale of the first one? It's nothing. Yun Nuashing twirled her fingers. Just like what I told you about the void illusory vortex. It was when the void illusory vortex was still young. At that time, a world group seemed to have floated into the silent and stable void illusory vortex. Then, the entire world group became the raw material for forming the storm zone. Just as you think, the tens of thousands of world groups became a storm zone. Tisk TSK. The disaster formed by the storm was extraordinarily huge. The entire world group of order, including all the creations in it, how much power of order and rule do you think it contained? The first thing that was destroyed by the storm was that world group. In the end, it swallowed and expanded until it engulfed half of the void domain before it was discovered by others. At that time, tens of thousands of world groups had been destroyed. In the end, I joined forces with all the rebirth state forces in that void domain and gathered an unprecedented army to suppress the storm. The scene was very tragic. Now that I think about it, it was probably filled with human lives. In any case, I don't want to see it again. It wasn't as powerful as it is now. You can't imagine how much effort it took to suppress the storm that almost affected the entire void domain. After that, 2/3 of the void domain that was swept away became the void illusory vortex. At that time, the void illusory vortex was officially named the void illusory vortex. Before that, it was just a space full of abnormalities. Because it wasn't big enough, it wasn't crowned with the name of a void. When she finished speaking, everyone's heart sank. Cold, sweat broke out on their foreheads. Jing Yuanji felt that her stomach might be trembling just thinking about the scene. Don't worry, this storm can evolve to such a large scale. Yun Nuoxing looked at everyone and smiled. This smile made them feel much more relaxed. If she had pointed out the storm with a gloomy face, they might have planned to run away. We don't have enough raw materials, and we're surrounded by fourth-rank creatures that are gradually stabilizing. It won't be able to expand to such a large extent. Without enough raw materials and space, it'll slowly shrink and eventually disappear. That area will then become a stable fourth-rank area. Jing Yuanji quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw Yun Nuoxing rolling up his sleeves in preparation. She could not help but be stunned. Master Feng, what are you doing? Let's go over. Yun Nuoxing pursed her lips in that direction and calmly said something that shocked Min Do. There's something over there that I'm interested in. Moreover, there's something that Frost needs. The product formed in the crevice between the large-scale collision of two types of order and rule power is just right for Frost. We'll have to go over there. Yun Nuoxing gave his group a full set of attributes and glided over. Let's go. The scenery over there is quite nice. Yu Qi's cheeks twitched. Can we not go? Look, you're someone who's been through big scenes and big storms. Commoners like us shouldn't go over there and delay our work, right? Right? He quickly reached out and poked Ge Zhongming to get him to speak up for him. In the end, Yun Nuoxing turned around and smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'm here. We won't die. Yu Qi laughed bitterly in his heart. They wouldn't die, but he was afraid that they wouldn't die even if they did. Chapter 1546. The interior of the storm region, howling in the starry sky, was strangely calm. After passing through the wall of storm that was like an iron bastion, one could actually see thousands of stars floating up and down. It was as if another star domain existed here. Countless large stars flickered and were extremely dazzling. Yun Nuoxing emerged from the wall of storm and looked left and right to make sure that there was nothing wrong. Only then did she suddenly leap and lead the party into the center of the storm zone, where they floated down. The entire storm has become a wall. There's actually another star system here. When Yu Qi came back to his senses, he saw another star field appear in front of him. He could not help but be shocked. If not for the chaotic silver storm wall still standing at the end of his line of sight behind him and in front of him, he would have thought that he had just crossed a space. Previously, he had only heard Yun Nuo speak of the terror of the storm area, but he had never thought that the inside would be such a normal scene. Looking back at the storm that was traveling at an unknown speed, and recalling that they had just rolled around in it, Yu Qi's face turned green. It didn't seem that normal either. This is the center of the conflict between order. Yun Nuoxing loosened the chains of order, which were no longer needed when they rushed inside. Two powers of order exist at the same time in the heart of the storm. You can feel it clearly if you sense it carefully. Look over there. Yun Nuoxing looked up. Above the star system was a colossal azure star that was spewing boundless flames like a sea of azure flames. Its colossal body that was drifting through the stars suddenly paused in midair and froze. Moments later, it shrank violently, so fast that they thought it was going to collapse and trigger a violent energy nova. Then it suddenly expanded back to its original form in a few seconds and continued to expand. In just a few moments, it had swollen more than 10 times its original size, swallowing a star in its orbit into its body. Several other stars that were slightly further away were pushed far away by the impact of its sudden expansion. Some of them broke away from their orbits and rushed into the stars, while others found a new star to attach themselves to. However, before it could stand firmly in its resting place, it was violently pushed away by the giant azure star along with its new home. That corner of the star cluster was instantly thrown into chaos. Heft. Perhaps it was because this place was filled with a little too much rule power. The inexplicable sound made by the star could travel through the waves of rule and order fragments to the ears of Yun Nuo and the others. It was like the sound of a balloon leaking air, and not long after, the azure star really began to leak air. However, a third of its right side suddenly collapsed, collapsing into an awl. The two powers of order are clashing here. Although the center of the storm is far safer than we thought, it's not completely peaceful. Something will still happen here, Yun Nuashing said as he looked at the star being casually changed and controlled by the two types of order forces here like a ball. The center of the conflict is originally here. It's just that the flow of energy has shifted it into the storm. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and let her energy spread out, leaving many energy traces and marks in this place. Those marks were scattered and arranged in a certain pattern in the starry sky of the storm. Following the energy traces that were difficult to see with the naked eye, they could see the normal flow traces. It was a small storm that rotated in the opposite direction of the huge storm standing in the starry sky behind them. It was a small-scale storm of energy. There were 4 star clusters here, and 2 of them seemed to have been forcibly torn in half. They should have been 1, but no one knew what kind of collision and changes in order and law had caused them to become like this. Now, the 2 star clusters looked at each other from a very far distance away. The star field in the middle was relatively empty, but there were many traces of broken roots connecting the 2 star clusters. A group of stars were left behind when the star clusters were torn apart. Some of them were still moving towards the 2 star clusters with weak energy, but the more empty area in the center no longer had any energy to borrow. Those scattered stars would stay there until they encountered the next abnormal change. If they did not delve into this, they would just use their eyes to look at the 2 star systems that were more than 1,000,000 light years in size, reaching out to each other, trying their best to get closer to each other. The burning golden light was the last trace of their struggle. But in this lonely place, this little bit of struggle could not cause the slightest impact. Why are you being so emotional? In the spiritual world, the little angel heard him muttering in his heart. She could not help but roll her eyes and complain. Living in the big environment under the control of law and order, no one can change this little change, let alone a star, a sun, or a star system. You have told me this many times before. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. He was just imagining things when he saw such a scene. This girl really ruined the atmosphere, although there was no atmosphere here at all. To avoid standing there like a fool, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and led Jing Yuanji and the others into the extraterrestrial star system isolated by the storm zone. This storm zone has existed for quite a long time. As they walked, Yun Nuashing gradually sensed that something was not right, and his expression changed slightly. It has existed for at least tens of millions of years. An environment that tends to be limited by rules and conflicts of order. Could it be that the self-perfecting rule of this space is... He had just mentioned the 4th order not long ago, and everyone still remembered it clearly. At this moment, when they heard him mumbling, they roughly understood something. In the area formed by the 4th order, there were a lot of rule fragments and broken orders that conflicted with each other. Only under certain circumstances, those slightly similar rule fragments would collide violently and be forcibly embedded together. 2 rules that were slightly similar but not exactly the same would find a stable middle point, little by little under such circumstances. In this process, many rules would be rewritten and rearranged. When they finally stabilized, what would appear in this space would be a brand new rule, perhaps completely different from the 2 previous rules. Is it time? Min raised his head and said. Yun Nuashing nodded and reached out his hand to stroke the starry sky. He seemed to have touched something and clenched his hand tightly. After a moment, he opened his hand casually and let it go as if he was walking in the forest and accidentally caught a bird and let it fly again. The rule of time is quite stable. This has formed a self-justifying rule of time. That is why this storm zone has been stable for such a long time. It is not the scene of 2 order forces clashing here, but a living relic that has spanned the past and the present and will continue to exist. The rule of time has completely recorded the scene of the conflict of the two order forces that once existed here, and has been repeating the scene of the storm standing in this starry sky, repeating the cycle of time. Feng Qing Huang asked softly, "Will there be a moment where it will return to the starting point in an instant?" Yun Nuoxing shook his head. This is just a recurring image of the storm of order conflict. It's a perpetual fragment of a certain period. This storm had once truly existed. It had experienced birth, evolution, stability, and death. The scene that is now frozen in front of our eyes is probably its most spectacular moment. That magical law of time has preserved its most spectacular moment. It's going around in circles, and it will never experience evolution again. It's quite stable now, and it will never die. It is like being trapped in a cage of time. Jing Yuanji's eyes flickered. So, the rule of time actually appeared after the storm zone had disappeared? Yun Nuoxing was stunned and scratched his head. Ah, I misspoke. No, I misspoke earlier. If that's the case, the storm zone did not actually meet its end. It was still in a stable stage when it encountered the law of time. Then it kept repeating in this circle. What happened after that was just like what you said, Yuanji. It was trapped in the cage of time. It will not meet its end, but will only repeat this scene forever. What about this space that is trapped by the storm zone? Is it the same for them? Siyu asked. Yun Nuoxing frowned and did not give an answer immediately. He looked around the space with his eyes open. His expression was sometimes serious and sometimes relaxed, as if he was thinking about something very serious. Everyone glanced at him, but did not disturb him. Instead, they looked at Siyu. The girl seemed to have asked a very troublesome question. Yun Nuoxing and his people landed on a star and looked up at the starry sky. It had been almost a quarter of an hour since Siyu asked the question. Strange. How can a rule of time show two situations? Jing Yuanji and the others were startled. They then lowered their heads and pondered. After a moment, they all shook their heads to show that they did not understand. A rule of time should only exist in one situation. For example, the rule of life and death. If a life followed the rule of life, it was still alive. Even if it was killed and only a fragment of consciousness escaped, as long as the rule of life was not completely annihilated, it was still alive. It was impossible for the rule of life to exist, but the person was already dead. A dark yellow color flashed across Yun Nuoxing's eyes. He looked at the starry sky and muttered, "The rule of time that belongs to this storm zone has a short time segment, repeating the situation of the storm over and over again. However, I did not feel the aura of another rule of time in this area spanning billions of light years. Logically speaking, this place should only follow the same rule of time. This starry sky and the storm should be repeating the same segment over and over again. Guess what?" Mei Mao, Jing Yuanji's eyes flashed. Her eyes caught something in the starry sky. "I seem to have seen the aura of time that belongs to this period of time." No, the aura of time belongs to this period of time. This is normal. Even if this area has been repeating the same period of time, the sea of time has been flowing for so long, so the aura will change. But that is not the point. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The point is, in this galaxy, there are products that have evolved in a recent period of time, just like the mark of the void that I told you earlier. If I, Fengling, was born in the 40th era, then I would be branded with the mark of that time and become one with a part of the self-rule. Although this usually makes me check how long we have lived. Ahem. Min instantly understood after being reminded by him. He knew after taking a look at the starry sky. It's impossible for something that repeats the same period of time to have a time mark of a recent period. These stars were all born in a recent period of time. Yun Nuoxing nodded. This starry sky follows a different law of time from this region. However, I can't find the existence of that law. The situation was similar to them living on a planet that belonged to a star cluster. The The star cluster had existed for 10 billion years. In just a short while, it had gained 20 hours of time before returning to its original state. All the creations in the star cluster had experienced the same 20 hours of time before returning to zero. It was as if nothing had happened. They still had a lifespan of 10 billion years, but the planet they lived on had reached its 21st hour. It was still moving forward bit by bit, while they who were reciprocity cultivators could not find the reason why it continued moving forward. What a ghost story! Yuan Kong could not help but grumble in his soul. Could it be caused by the conflict between order and law? For example, this storm is just, it's just that this storm follows a certain law, while the law in this starry sky is different. There has to be a law of time. Since there are signs of time being replaced, where did the law that belonged to it go? Yun Nuashing scratched her head. We can't find its law of time now. Yuan Kong hugged the pillow with both hands. After thinking for a while, he threw himself onto the bed and rolled around. I don't know. How would I know where the law went? Little Angel and Yun Nuashing, the law of time had been destroyed and time had lost its power. Without the law of time, there would be no traces of time being replaced. Was it an illusion? No, the things here were all created by the power of the natural order. They were the special natural order creation that existed in these war ruins. The creations in the other spaces also had time imprints that belonged to recent times, but it just had to be this place. Forget it. Why do I have to think about this? Yun Nuashing shook his head violently and swept away all the messy thoughts in his mind. After that, he rolled his eyes and said, We're here to find a suitable power of order and rule for Frost. We're not here to explore and decipher anything. It's not too late to do those things when we have the time. Yun Nuashing finished and let out a long sigh. That's right. Let's go. Don't waste time here. Everyone looked at each other as he walked towards the starry sky. Jing Yuanji and Siyu looked at each other and shrugged. This was the Feng clan's way of diverting the problem. However, they also agreed. Even if they scratched their heads here, they probably wouldn't be able to understand what was going on in this space. Even if they tried their best to find it now, they might not be able to find it. All right, that was just wishful thinking. When it came to the law and order, they who were at the pinnacle of the origin would occasionally have a headache. Even Lord Hui, who was in the primeval stage, always said that there were many things in the void that he could not understand. What was hidden behind might not be the truth. It could also be a deep pit. Speaking of the deep pit, Jing Yuanji could not help but look at Lord Feng. She could not help but mutter in her heart, Lord Feng's physique is fine, right? Yun Nuashing shuddered violently and looked at the starry sky around him strangely. It was silent. There was an inexplicable law flowing in this starry sky. He could not see through it clearly. He could not help but mutter in his heart, It can't be that my physique is acting up again, right? What's going to happen this time? The sky is falling and the earth is sinking. It can't be, right? Sporadic gray energy clouds floated in this space. They might have originated from a star that had exploded. The clouds were cold and had lost most of their energy. They were pushed away by the arrival of Yun Nuashing and the others. They landed lightly in the center of the gray star cluster. There was only a core that had completely cooled down. It had lost most of its energy and power and was suspended in the starry sky. It hung there alone. Only circles of energy clouds surrounded it. There were some blurry black shadows a little further away. They looked like shattered stars that had turned into charcoal. They had been baptized when the star was destroyed and had become dust in the starry sky. Only the grayish-black color of death was left. The extremely dense remnant had already retracted all its light. Its current appearance was proof of the passage of countless years. It was a star that had completely cooled down and had reached its final stage. At this moment, no matter how much energy was expended, there was no way to make it shine again. Let's do it here. Yun Nuashing carefully took frost off his back. This is the buffer zone of the conflict between the forces of order. Half of the space is in conflict. Some special products may appear in the other half. His gently waving palm moved the starry sky and attracted all the things that existed in this space to his hand. Siyu leaned over to watch him work. She felt that the space and the burned star under her feet were trembling a little. After a few steps, something appeared in the surrounding space. Broken scenes, some energy phenomena that could be described and observed by the naked eye. Yun Nuashing saw the curious look on the little girl's face. He explained, "I'm gathering the fragments of this space and filtering them. I can collect some energy from the space that is basically in a state of chaos. As for what I can find, it depends on luck," he said as he pointed forward. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang looked in that direction. Yun Nuashing deliberately made a part of the energy materialize. Some energy halos appeared in that place. There were blue halos, golden hollow rings, and red balls. These strange things that were defined as energy concepts appeared in that place and lit up the desolate space. Their original bodies had dissipated. Now they were forcibly gathered together. They were just fragments of concepts and laws. Not only that, there were many things that slowly appeared in the invisible space, making themselves clearer. Siyu looked curiously at the energy concepts floating around. She curiously reached out her hand to the red ball. She knew that her hand would go through the red ball, and then she grabbed it. Feng Qinghuang was stunned when she saw this. She quickly pulled Siyu back and told Yun Nuashing about the situation. The latter waved his hand and took the light ball. With a gentle wave of his hand, the light ball dissipated. A physical object appeared in the center of the light ball and fell into his hand. Occasionally, when I gather them, I will touch something that is hidden in the void and space. Or maybe it has already dissipated. It just happened to gather and become a physical object. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the object. It was an irregular piece of charcoal. It looked like a crystal fragment. Even he could not guess what it used to be. Moreover, this thing had lost all its imprints. He could not get any information from it. Since this is a battlefield, this is probably a fragment of some kind of weapon. Yun Nuashing shook the charcoal in his hand and scratched his head in confusion. He asked the 3 souls in his soul, but they couldn't recognize what it was. It was mainly because it didn't have any characteristics. Even ghosts couldn't recognize the original appearance of this thing. Feng Qinghuang pulled Yun Nuashing's hand and said, "There may be other things hidden here." Yun Nuashing thought about it and agreed. They did not encounter such wreckage in the previous few spaces. They were all created by laws. Now that they encountered some wreckage here, it seemed that they could draw something out. Chapter 1547. In the starry sky where billions of stars were flowing, numerous large stars were silently drifting in the sea of stars. In a remote corner, some thin gray nebulas were surging with a gust of wind and drifting forward. In that part of the starry sky, some things were slowly emerging from the deep space and gradually condensing into shape. The wreckage that emerged from the void was probably something that had once been destroyed by the rules and order. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's power had reformed and regained their physical existence. They appeared under the starry sky and were picked up by him. Then he casually threw them into a pile of trash behind him. Wreckage, fragments, wreckage, I don't know what it is. This is a piece of trash. This is a bone. Although it has been burnt into charcoal. This is an eyeball bead. Something like a weapon. It's probably just a fragment. Tens of millions of light balls floated in front of Yun Nuashing. He picked them up one by one and quickly checked them. Then he casually threw them behind him. That arc left a black shadow behind him. He couldn't stop muttering, "Trash, trash, trash, useless wreckage, fragments that can't be seen, fragments of fragments, trash of trash. What is this? Forget it, it's useless. This." Jing Yuanji and the others stood behind him and watched him pick up those things quickly and throw them into the pile of trash beside them. They all had stiff smiles on their faces. Yuchi inadvertently raised his head. It wasn't until his line of sight became vertical that he saw the black pile of trash that was thousands of feet high. He said stiffly, "Why are you suddenly picking up trash in the starry sky?" The three souls floated out and rummaged around the pile of trash. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang squatted beside them to help. However, these two girls were mostly there to cause trouble. It was too difficult for them to find any trace of something that had been burnt into charcoal at their level. From time to time, Jing Yuanji would take out 1 or 2 balls of light to see what was inside, but she didn't find anything of value. Even if there were things left behind in this destroyed space, they would probably be debris left behind after the war that hadn't been cleaned up by the void. Lady Maple also knew that this was meaningless, but she still carefully checked every fragment before throwing it away. Although the speed at which she did it made it seem like she threw it away after a casual glance. About an hour had passed, and the number of rule condensations that Yun Nua planet had condensed in the starry sky was getting fewer and fewer. Sometimes what was condensed were some rule fragments and order fragments. His focus was also gradually shifting. At this moment, he was still condensing things out of convenience. After such a long time of treasure hunting, he did not find anything. He also felt that there would not be anything new, so he began to condense rule fragments and order fragments. Siyu and the others were still rummaging through the pile of trash with the three souls. Dao Tian found it boring after rummaging for a long time, so he put down his things and went to Yun Nuoxing's side to watch him rummage through the starry sky. When everything returned to normal, the pile of trash was about half the size of a planet. Feng Qinghuang tidied it up, condensed it into a charcoal ball, and threw it into the starry sky. It really did become a small planet floating beside them. At first glance, it looked very similar to the burnt star under their feet. They were both black. Nothing at all. The female soul let out a long sigh. There was a look of disappointment on her face. I thought that I would be able to recall some things after seeing these things, but with just these soul fragments it is indeed difficult to recall anything. The young man grimaced at her and sighed. I expected this, but I can't help but feel a little disappointed. What a waste of someone's effort. These things feel familiar, but I can't recall anything. It could only be because the memories attached to the soul are missing. The short-haired man tried his best to recall, but his mind was blank. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall anything. Jing Yuanji heard them and thought about it. She comforted them. There's no need to waste so much effort. Just try your best. After all, it's been so long. Perhaps the void itself wants to cover up what happened here. There's no need to be so disappointed. There will be a chance for us to find out what we should know. But if there's something we shouldn't know, she gently shook her head. The others also fell silent. What they shouldn't know had long been swallowed up by the void. What was left here was only the endless sorrow and traces of destruction brought about by the war back then. The arm that was so stable that everyone thought it was stiff suddenly trembled. The light in Yun Nuoxing's eyes faded slightly. He looked at the void in front of him with a hint of bewilderment. He couldn't help but murmur, "What's that?" Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly emitted a burst of golden light, as if the afterglow of the setting sun had ignited the fragments floating in the air and scattered around him. A faintly discernible, chanting sound quietly sounded in the space. Behind him, a pair of pure white wings with a wingspan of more than 20 feet suddenly spread out. Then a figure accompanied by a sacred golden light slowly emerged from behind him. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the little angel who suddenly appeared. He couldn't help but mutter, "This girl's appearance is really magnificent. It would be better if she had some energy." Don't be fooled by the scene. In fact, it doesn't have much energy. After all, this girl is just a support type. After the little angel appeared, she stared straight at the space in front of her. She didn't know what the unknown thing that Yun Nuoxing came into contact with was, but she had a lingering fear. She had an inexplicable feeling that even Yun Nuashing's soul world was not safe. She instinctively came out and carried the little purple soul out. Yun Nuashing was about to continue guiding the inexplicable thing, but when he turned around he saw the little angel holding his hand and shaking her head at him with an abnormal expression. He couldn't help but be startled. "What's wrong with you? What made you so scared?" The little angel took a light breath and shook her head in confusion. She didn't know what that thing was either. Looking at the starry sky in front of him, the empty space in front of him was filled with fragments of rules and order. There were no more orbs of light. The things that he gathered had all been poured into the garbage ball hanging on his head. What was left? What was left? UNG Min, get ready to defend. Step back. Yun Nuashing turned around and smiled at the little angel. He patted her beautiful silver-white hair and said, "It's okay. Take Frost with you. Step back first." Jing Yuanji and Min were ready to defend and fight in an instant. Yu Qi and the others looked at each other. Although they were a little confused, they were also ready to fight. The little angel looked at him in silence for a while. She nodded and held Frost in her arms. After thinking for a while, she put the little purple soul on his head. Then she floated back and gathered her energy to defend with Jing Yuanji and the others. "To be honest, you guys are making me nervous." Yun Nuashing looked at the solid crystal barrier that was 3 meters thick. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Is it necessary to be so exaggerated?" Jing Yuanji and the others looked at each other and laughed. Then they nodded in unison. "Of course, the little angel in your spirit realm was scared away by the thing that you touched. Isn't that scary enough?" In the time it took for them to talk, Yun Nuashing had accurately touched that thing. It was slowly emerging from the void or deep space, gathering, floating while it was emerging. The surrounding starlight suddenly became weak and distorted. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat. He just casually grabbed something from the void. What did he get? There was an abnormal distortion in the starlight around the starry sky. It was about 10 feet in size. It distorted the light of a star. Then there were 2 or 3 stars. The area gradually increased. A weak energy fluctuation appeared in the area. Min looked up and said to everyone with his cold voice, "Isolate the energy sensing. Solidify this area and seal it. Prepare for the energy impact." What energy impact? It sounded like an order, but Ge Zhongming and the others were used to it. They automatically ignored the tone and could not help but ask. They did not feel anything. Energy impact. Min glanced at him and repeated these words coldly, causing everyone to not know whether to laugh or cry. It was no different from not saying anything. What kind of energy impact was it? Oh, there was no need to say anything. They had also felt it. Suddenly, a huge spherical region appeared in the distorted space in front of them, and the starry sky became somewhat transparent. The void was rapidly approaching the real world, and a huge amount of energy was slowly being exposed from behind the distorted space. The entire region became a transparent shadow, and the starry sky distorted into a distorted vortex. Countless amounts of energy were converging at the center of the spherical, distorted space, condensing crazily as if to prevent something from emerging. However, this self-defense mechanism that originated from the world was not very useful, not to mention that this was already a broken world. A moment later, a hole suddenly opened in that place. Boom! A violent wind suddenly erupted from the hole that led to the starry sky, causing Yun Nuashing's eyes to widen. He was caught off guard and was blown into a mess. His hair was pulled to the back of his head and his eyelids were about to fall out. Little Purple Soul felt that he could not grab onto his hair and hurriedly activated an energy barrier to prevent himself from being blown out. At the same time, he protected a certain observer who was distracted. It was like a storm that blew out when a space that had been sealed for hundreds of millions of years suddenly opened up. It was accompanied by some kind of indescribable energy that blew on everyone's faces. The layer of crystallized barrier that had condensed into a solid substance could not block the wind. They could all clearly feel the presence in an instant. It carried some kind of extremely chaotic presence that was comparable to the chaos in the earliest days of the Yuan realm. This presence. Siyu had just pressed her hair. The moment she felt the presence, Mei Mao flipped over and fainted on the ground. Dao Heaven was shocked. He quickly squatted down and held Siyu in his arms. He shouted at Yun Nuoxing, "What the hell did you take out?" "Why would I?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly, seeing that Siyu had only fainted and was not seriously injured. She let out a sigh of relief. She reached out her other hand to help them. Suddenly, she saw that Feng Qinghuang's body was surging with tricolored energy. A huge shadow of a phoenix appeared. The shadow that carried the infinite power of order from the realm of gods forcefully withstood the chaotic storm. "Little star, focus on your own things. We are fine." Feng Qinghuang's firm voice resounded in his soul. Yun Nuoxing looked at her crimson eyes and nodded. He turned his gaze back to the front and condensed dark red energy in his other hand. "This girl has learned how to use the power of the realm of gods. I haven't had the time to teach her." Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He couldn't help but shake his head. She probably didn't need him to teach her. She was just like him. It was a talent. With Feng Qinghuang's current strength, it was impossible for her to resist the primal chaos energy. Even Jing Yuanji and Min couldn't completely block it off. The little girl was only borrowing the unique power of order and rules of the world of gods. He wasn't worried at all. He focused on dealing with the unknown thing he took out from the void. By the time the opening had expanded to a size of 1,000 zhang, the distorted spherical space had already expanded to 1,000,000 times its original size. It was already as big as a star. All the starlight in sight had become distorted. Even the surrounding energy was boiling. It was affected by the domineering aura that was being released even before it emerged. "Come out." Yun Nuoxing's left hand, which was surging with dark red energy, grabbed forward, and the 1,000-meter-wide hole expanded to an even larger size. A moment later, something that contained energy comparable to the primordial realm's initial chaotic state slowly appeared from behind. It slowly crawled out of the hole, and in the next instant, the energy in this part of the starry sky completely boiled. The entire starry sky and the huge storm region trembled. It was a cloud-like object that looked like the element of nirvana. Its entire body was pitch black, and azure energy arcs burst out from the center of the ball-like object with explosive sounds of energy. Then the energy arcs circled around the object and went back into it. The energy arcs that kept bursting out made it look like an extremely unstable energy source. "What is this?" When Yun Nuoxing saw that the thing that made them stand on guard and caused the entire galaxy to seethe with excitement was a chaos cloud that was about 10 feet in size, he was stunned. "This thing has the presence of the void that was chaotic after the Great Yuan realm was created. What is this thing?" The energy was abnormally chaotic. It was not order. No, its order was more inclined to be between emptiness and non-order. It revealed to them that the realm of primordial chaos was in a state of chaos and emptiness at the same time. "Idiot, the energy in this place is about to collapse. Can't you think of a way to stabilize it?" Yuan Kong, who was hiding behind the little angel, popped his head out. He was stunned when he saw him and quickly shouted at him. Yun Nuoxing finally came back to his senses. He hurriedly used his power to suppress the unknown object that had the aura of primordial chaos. Yes, he had just named it. It was a name given by the observer. Initially, he thought that thing would be very difficult to deal with. He had even used a massive amount of origin energy and sequence power, as well as mobilizing the fourth-rank powers in the area to suppress it. In the end, it did not even manage to put up a fight. Instead, it was swarmed by the large group of energies, pinned to the ground, and tied up like a dumpling. Hum, At the same time, the energy and rule system that had been boiling to the point of disintegration stabilized when the object was tightly tied up and no longer emitted any aura. It was repairing itself bit by bit along with the inexplicable rule here. Yun Nuashing held the cloud that was surging with primordial chaos energy in his hand. His expression changed slightly, and his hands trembled a little. He was holding this thing, but now he felt that if he did not hold it or used more strength, he might not be able to take it back. Looks like there's no problem. After muttering to himself, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he felt that his feet were sealed and could not move. He looked around in confusion. His legs were still there, and the ground was fine, but he could not take a step forward. The commands his brain sent to his body seemed to be in a cycle of sending out commands, receiving commands, failing to execute, and doing it again. A series of question marks suddenly appeared on his face. However, after a while, he guessed what the situation might be. He suddenly let out a low cry, and all the colors on his body faded rapidly, turning into the purest white. The aura on his body also increased abruptly, and a surge of order and rule power surged from his body. He then lifted his feet again. Yes, he succeeded this time. God knew what was going on with this thing in his hand. He could not move at all just by holding it in his hand. If this thing is thrown here, it can turn this entire star zone upside down, right? When everyone saw him hugging a ball-shaped cloud with all his strength and walking back, they were all stunned. The cloud was even bigger than his body. They saw his pair of white hands trying to hold the ball. Well, it was a little funny. What is this thing? Do you want me to help you hold it? Gu Zhongming walked up curiously and stretched out his hands to hold the ball in Yun Nuashing's hands. Don't. It's very heavy. Hey, it's just a ball. How heavy can it be? What? F***CK. Boom. Ning Fei was shocked by the trembling voice. He could not help but turn his head and cover his face with his hands. He could not bear to look at his partner directly. When he mustered up the courage to move his hands away, he saw that everyone had retreated a distance away. Yun Nuashing looked at the ball with an awkward expression. Below, he also turned his gaze away. Gu Zhongming's hands were around the ball. His whole body was embedded in the ground with the ball face down. A human figure was imprinted on the ground of this black burning star. It looked like he was slapped into the ground by something. He looked like a flattened shrimp. Yun Nuashing walked up awkwardly and used the greatest strength he could use in his life. Probably because he used too much strength, he easily lifted the ball this time. It was probably not as heavy as it actually was. Its weight came from its own content and existence. That part was too big, so it looked so big. It was definitely the heaviest thing he had ever seen in his life. If he did not use this form and source energy, he might not be able to carry this thing away. Ning Fei walked forward with a bitter smile and dug a certain silly person out of the ground. He put him on his back and smiled bitterly at everyone. He fainted. Everyone. If one's own content and existence are not as big as it is, there is no way to bear its weight. Yun Nuashing held the ball in front of everyone. Seeing that he was forced to maintain his strongest form, he was also shocked by the thing with the original aura of chaos. Jing Yuanji carefully stretched out her jade finger and poked the ball. She could feel its weight, even though there were tens of thousands of seals and energy suppression. Even a light touch made her jade finger hurt. She looked a little surprised and doubtful. What is this thing? The original chaos. The one who spoke was not Yun Nuashing, but the three souls that slowly floated over. Yun Nuashing and the others heard it and felt that there must be a story behind it. They all turned to look at the three people and prepared to listen to the story. The thing in your hand is the chaotic form of the great Yuan realm when it was first born. It is a complete entity, not a fragment. The woman looked at Yun Nuashing and said softly. She then looked at the other two people. The young man and the short-haired man lowered their heads and pondered for a while. Then they spread their hands together. That's it. Everyone. Are you King kidding us? They were prepared to listen to the story. They thought that they would hear a series of things that happened around this strange thing. In the end, they only heard a short explanation and then nothing. Seeing the helpless look on the three people's faces, Yun Nuashing and the others could not help but smile bitterly. They could not blame them. They were three souls that only had part of their souls and memories. It was already good enough that they could remember the name of this thing. They could not ask for more. Chapter 1548. The primordial chaos was the appearance of the void during that period of time after the creation of the great primordial realm and before the great primordial realm was divided into 8 parts. It was a mixture of blank order and non-order, and was in a state of evolution towards order. The cloud of chaos was squirming restlessly. Electric arcs of energy were constantly emerging, flashing and returning to the interior. The cycle repeated. No matter how much they struggled, they could not get out of the circle. They just kept spinning and circulating. The cloud of mist inside was constantly trembling, as if it was nurturing something. Its name and its own characteristics gave Yun Nuashing and the others a strong intuition. It was so strong that they really felt that this thing was undergoing some kind of change. But in fact, the primordial chaos that had left the original environment was still in a frozen and dead state. It was not very useful, but I can make it come to life. But what kind of change it will produce, whether it will be good or bad, it's hard to say. Yun Nuashing raised the ball above her head with her right hand. After a while, she felt that this posture was a little silly. She shook her hand and threw the primordial chaos on the ground. With a bang, a deep pit was created. Coincidentally, if this thing is really the primordial chaos, then the things I found earlier can be considered as a waste of effort. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. She pinched her hair and said, "Well, not really. The things that I collected earlier can be of some use. But with the primordial chaos, those things can become medicinal catalysts." Jing Yuanji's expression changed slightly. "Are you planning to use the source of chaos on Frost?" "Yes, Master." "You're going to use it on Frost?" Yun Nuashing subconsciously reached out her hand to press on Frost's long blue and white hair. After a moment, she felt that something was wrong and quickly withdrew her hand. Looking at Jing Yuanji and the other's slightly strange eyes, Yun Nuashing smiled awkwardly and put on a serious expression. She nodded and said, "For other people whose structural rules, life forms have been stabilized, this thing is not very useful." Well, it should be said that for people in the above 3 situations, it would take a little effort to use something like the primordial chaos that can be evolved and changed. It's about the same as having to do a horse dance and do Tai Chi before eating a treasure of heaven and earth. Well, that's what it means. For people whose self-form has been stabilized and has been changed to the appropriate level along with their realm, external stimulation is not the best way to change it again. However, for a special case like Frost, nothing in her body has been stabilized. Her structural rules are missing, and her life form are slightly unstable. The artificial primordial chaos, it's really harmful. Yun Nuashing shook her head and smiled faintly. Her voice was mixed with indescribable helplessness and pity. Frost looked up and stared at Yun Nuashing with her pair of dark blue eyes. After a moment, she tilted her head and showed some confusion on her pretty face. She could understand that they were talking about her, but she did not understand what they were talking about. Yun Nuashing smiled at her. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He frowned. After a long while, he hesitantly squatted in front of her and looked into her eyes. "Wait a minute." He did not know how to tell her this. His sympathy for the primordial chaos was his own damn business. It had nothing to do with the little girl herself. What if, forget it. Yun Nuashing shook his head and reached out to touch Frost's head. He said, "We agreed before that I would take you out to play. You have to listen to me. Do you remember?" Frost tilted her head and smiled faintly. She nodded slightly. Yun Nuashing said, "You don't have to be nervous no matter what happens later. You helped me, Since I said that I would take you out to play, I will definitely take you to the place you want to go. If you don't know where you want to go, I will take you to the void until you are satisfied. You don't even have to believe me. You just have to believe what I said." Frost frowned, slightly in confusion. She could not understand the situation where she did not believe him, but believed what he said. However, she thought that she just had to listen to him. So she nodded again and sat there obediently. It feels like he is trying to trick an inexperienced little girl. Yuan Kong looked at this scene and could not help but mutter. He was hit by the hand of the little angel and fell silent. Yun Nuashing stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. This was his damn business. He was the one who forced himself to do it. Why should he hesitate at this juncture? He was not afraid of anything. He did not have to care about anything. As for what Frost would think and think after this, he would talk about it later. After all, it was the result of his willful actions. No matter what the result was, he would bear it alone. For whose good? He could not bring himself to say this. This was just his selfishness. He did not ask for Frost's opinion and acted on his own. He just wanted to do this. Perhaps there was a little thought in his heart that it was for her good. However, it was more likely that it was because of the guilt and obsession in his heart that originated from someone else. That was all. However, this primal chaos. Let him think about it. This thing had to be like this first. Then this, and finally this. Jing Yuanji and the others watched as Yun Nuashing suddenly turned around and fiddled with the cloud of chaos. The energy in his body surged, and he used dozens of types of energy to toss it around. Strange clanging sounds rang out, and the energy of the primal chaos surged and boiled here. Dozens of colorful energies surged, and after a while he knocked down a palm-sized fragment from above. He let out a long sigh of relief. Then this, and this. Without stopping, he began to split and analyze the energy that he had just collected. He kept muttering as he merged the palm-sized fragment and the product of the conflict between the two forces of order into the primal chaos cloud. Everyone could not help but curiously come forward to see what he was doing on the spot. They did not know what it was, but his technique was quite amazing. "It's done." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He was holding a ball of primal chaos cloud in his hand. There was no change. There was no change on the outside. As for the changes on the inside, well, they could not tell. Yun Nuashing looked at the ball a few more times worriedly. He carefully adjusted the ball in his hand a few more times. After making sure that there was no problem, he walked to Frost. After a few fiddles, he compressed the thing into a thumb-sized bead. It was still releasing energy arcs to the outside. There were crackling sounds of explosions. At first glance, this thing looked like some kind of secret that would not be taken out even if it was placed in a small box with a void sticker stuck on it. It looked very dangerous. When they saw the whole process of Yun Nuashing fiddling with this thing, they wondered if it would explode on the spot in an instant if it was stuffed into their bodies. Well, their brain had drifted a little too far. From the name and the upcoming use of this thing, they felt that it was not very safe. Their brain could not stop itself from drifting around the world. "Eat it and sleep. Everything will be fine." Yun Nuashing looked at Frost with an unusually serious expression and nodded seriously. Frost took the energy bead that had been condensed and compressed countless times. He looked at it for a moment and swallowed it without hesitation. Then he obediently lay down on the ground beside him. After a while, his breathing became even, and he really fell asleep. "That's too obedient." See, Yu's pretty face twitched. "It's good. It's easy to deal with. It doesn't take too much effort." Yun Nuashing put on Frost's hood and let out a long sigh of relief. There should be no problem when he wakes up. The primal chaos will continue to evolve towards the side of order. It should be able to make up for some of the hidden disadvantages of the primal chaos and order. But if he continues to sleep, Feng Qing Huang said, at least a few days, at most 100 years. Something like that. Yun Nuashing nodded and let out a long sigh. The perfection and repair of order was related to one's own laws. It was not so easy to fix it. Moreover, he had already reached the origin realm. It was even more troublesome to fix something like innate or primary condition. It would take a lot of time and effort. If he did not encounter the primal chaos, Yun Nuashing planned to use 100 years to fix it, and that was under the condition that he found enough fragments of order and laws in the war ruins. If it was not enough, he could only extend the time. Then now. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at the huge mass of primordial chaos that had smashed a hole in the ground. He had just used a lot of it, and it did not affect its size at all. What should we do with the rest of this thing? It's a pity to throw it back. We spent so much effort to find it from the void. Siyu patted the primal chaos and suddenly thought of something. She turned to Yun Nuashing and said, "Little star, why don't you eat it?" Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing was stunned and lowered his head to think about the feasibility. As he thought, he muttered, and what he said made everyone sweat profusely. Actually, if you really want to say it, it's possible. Although my life form is an energy life form because of the elements of nirvana, it hasn't, or rather, it won't be completely fixed. Yes, it hasn't been fixed. It just makes my current life form be fixed in this situation, and it will still change if I encounter any situation in the future. For example, the origin energy that I encountered now. If I use the origin energy and use the origin of chaos and the elements of nirvana, I might be able to take a few more steps forward. It's a good idea. Everyone was shocked. Jing Yuanji hurried forward and said, "Lord Feng, please reconsider." As she said that, she hurriedly gave the little angel a look. The latter saw it and gave her a helpless look. Once Yun Nuashing entered this state of thinking, no one could stop him. At most, they could say a few words to stop him from thinking, but he would still be thinking inside. It's fine, it's fine. Yun Nuashing thought that Jing Yuanji was worried that he would fall into a deep sleep. He waved his hand and said, "I won't fall asleep. I'm not like Frost. She needs to sleep because there's a problem with her self-created rules. As for me, I just need to make some subtle adjustments. Of course, there will still be some small changes at the beginning. Let's not delay." Jing Yuanji was shocked. Before she could stop Lord Feng, he had already walked to the primal chaos and started to get busy. Dozens of primal chaos surged forward. Wrapped in dark red energy, they surged into the primal chaos cloud. The black cloud was dyed with many colors. Then it quickly settled down, and all of it settled down in the center. Siyu looked at the scene and suddenly glanced at Feng Qinghuang. This scene was just like the day she came. When she was breaking out of the cocoon, Little Star also took a lot of things that were hard to see and threw them into her cocoon. The more she threw, the more energetic she became. That was the Feng family's unique pampering. Looking at it now, it seemed like some kind of strange innate talent. As she thought about it, she remembered. She took out a treasure from her bracelet and stuffed it into her mouth like a snack. She even took out another one and held it in front of Feng Qinghuang. "Oh, do you want it?" A moment later, the two girls squatted on the ground and ate snacks while watching him play with the black cloud ball. It was already stuffed with a lot of strange things. Among them, the primal chaos energy was the most abundant. It was not that troublesome to just inject energy into it. There was also no need to make so many strange noises. The main thing was to get rid of the primal chaos energy. It was some kind of invisible product that was caused by the conflict between the Fourth Order and two other orders in the space. It was troublesome to get rid of those things. Although he had the idea of using it to do some extreme and strange things, he did not want to deviate from his original path. Naturally, he had to put in some effort. After waiting for a while in this lonely and strange galaxy, Min waved and headed to other parts of the galaxy. As if he had seen something, Yu Qi dragged Ning Fei and the unconscious Gu Zhongming and wandered around nearby. They touched the order and fragments that belonged to this space. The magic circle in their souls that temporarily merged with each other prompted them to search for something on their own. It seemed to be able to perfect their own order and rules. It seemed to be able to make them more immune to the fourth order. They could also borrow the order and power in this space without being too seriously corrupted. About an hour later, Yun Nuashing stared at the colorful cloud ball in her hand for a long time. It had shrunk to the size of half a head. Finally, she let out a long sigh of relief. "All right, it's done." Jing Yuanji and the little angel came up to take a look. The ball with the primal chaos energy was now tainted with a lot of sacred order power. The energy that originated from that time period had completely brought the aura and power of order to it. The non-order nature of the primal chaos and the order of the primal chaos had merged into order and emptiness. It would evolve further towards order. As for what it would evolve into, it was hard to tell. Don't be fooled by its smaller size. It's actually the same size as before. It's just compressed. Tossing the ball in her hand at them, Yun Nuashing reached out and said, "Do you want to touch it?" The girls quickly shook their heads and waved their hands. Gu Zhongming was still unconscious after being smashed, so they did not want to join in the fun. Yun Nuashing looked at the little angel and said, "You shouldn't be able to feel that unusually dangerous, repulsive aura now, right?" The little angel frowned. She was already shocked when the primal chaos energy had not fully emerged. But now it seemed to be fine. There's still a little, but it's acceptable. It won't affect us much. All right, then there's nothing to worry about. Yun Nuashing nodded and held the colorful cloud of chaos with both hands. He took a deep breath and brought it closer to his chest bit by bit. Then he slowly stuffed it into his chest. The whole process was actually very fast. There were no obstructions, accidents, screams, or anything like that. He easily stuffed the ball of light into his chest. Then Yun Nuashing looked up at the little angel and took a deep breath. Burp. Everyone was speechless. Was she full? Scratching her head, Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Don't worry about it. It seems like the change won't happen so quickly." He casually raised his head and stared at the starry sky. Suddenly, his expression became strange and a little shocked. "How big is the largest law fragment you've ever seen?" Min and Yu Qi, who had just sensed the commotion, came back. Hearing this, they thought for a moment and expressed what they had seen. "It's at most the size of a planet, right?" Yu Qi waved her hand. "Law fragments are easily captured and destroyed by the void. In the real world, there aren't many that haven't been taken away by the void in time. As for the ones in the void, it's even rarer." Min nodded. "I've only seen half the size of a planet." Jing Yuanji, "I'm about the same. This probably won't happen because we're in the realm of the gods. Of course, this is excluding the case of world fragments. After all, world fragments are the largest law fragments, and there are countless complex laws inside. Well, of course, world fragments aren't included, so..." Yun Nuashing looked up and pointed upwards. Spots of dark yellow energy appeared at his fingertips and turned into a beam of energy that shot out. What we're seeing now is a new record. Everyone stared blankly for a moment. Following his gaze, they raised their heads bit by bit. Their vision gradually pulled away to a very distant place. Following the dark yellow energy beam that swept across the endless starry sky, it finally stopped at the edge of the 10 billion light-years galaxy that was enveloped by the storm zone. Suddenly it exploded, bringing with it countless golden energy light spots that scattered across the starry sky. As their eyes followed the illumination of those energy fragments, they gradually caught sight of something transparent, something that emerged from the background of the starry sky with a golden radiance. That was the Sea of Time. No, not the Sea of Time, but a fragment of time with the presence of time. No, that's an entire law fragment, a fragment with the law of time. Yun Nuashing pulled his hand back. Found it. The second law of time in this place. The entire starry sky within the storm zone is attached to this time fragment, which is why it can continue to flow forward. That's why it's different from the time in the storm zone. The scattered energy fragments flowed across the starry sky, illuminating the night sky bit by bit like the afterglow of a burnt-out. Pieces of the background illuminated by the limited light were revealed before everyone's eyes. From the top to the edge, the light spread until it slowly illuminated the entire scene. Only then did the light dissipate. At present, the background of the starry sky had turned golden. The full appearance of the colossal temporal law fragment was revealed, and they were standing right at the center of it. It was a very shocking sight. The content of this fragment is not small at all. For a fragment of this size, other than the law of time, many other laws are complete and normal. This is interesting. Yu Qi was genuinely surprised. He had never seen something of this scale before. This primal chaos was attracted by this huge law fragment. It has been here for a long time, absorbing the law power of this fragment. There's an invisible connection between them, which is why I saw it. Yun Nuashing placed his hand on his forehead and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. There was really everything in the void. In the void, it was impossible to see everything. When Feng Qinghuang and Mei Mao flashed, perhaps because Yun Nuashing had illuminated the front of the law fragment, she unexpectedly discovered something. Her breath suddenly stopped. She held his hand and pointed her other hand at the depths of the starry sky. "Little star, there's the breath of life there." The exclamations were like the bone-chilling wind that blew past their exposed shoulders and necks in the dead of winter, causing everyone, including Yun Nuashing, to shiver, and their faces quickly darkened. In this ghostly place, anything could happen, but the thing that was least likely to appear was the trace of life. Now, Feng Qinghuang said that she felt the breath of life. This was simply a ghost story. Chapter 1549. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. It was probably because the blood was mixed with a considerable amount of the power of the natural order. That was why the smell drifted out from this lonely place. In the end, Yun Nuashing and the others caught it. They were at the bottom of the starry sky within the storm. According to the sense of hierarchy, the system was divided into 4 zones from top to bottom. The top had the opposite wind direction from the storm zone and the storm of order, which was also the place where the 2 forces clashed. The second and third layers were the places where the 4 star clusters lived. They had just come out from that place. And then this bottom layer where the stars were dim and there were not many star clusters. As they approached the bottom of the storm zone, they could see that the view before them became wider, and the storm was more vast and destructive. The bottom was different from the top. They could see the stars outside from the top, but the bottom was sealed. There was a huge cloud vortex with solid form blocking the way out from the bottom. As the storm zone rotated, it was churning, and there were energy-boiling movements from the vortex below. Yu Nuashing and the others followed the scent of life that Feng Qinghuang had led them to the bottom of the storm zone. Not long after they came in, they smelled the smell of blood. There were balls of blood floating in the air. The blood droplets floating in the air were not only red, but there were other colors as well. They all carried the scent of life that did not belong to humans. They were slightly evil and seemed to carry a little bit of the power of the natural order. Feng Qinghuang was a little surprised when she saw the situation here. She looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "It's here," but looking around, there was no sign of life at all. What floated in the starry sky were only some blood beads filled with a strange aura. These were probably the aura of life that she had sensed. That's about it. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched a drop of blood droplet. She rubbed it between her fingers, and her expression changed slightly. "It's fresh. It just happened not long ago. It might have happened around the time we came in." When Jing Yuanji and the others heard this, their expressions also changed. They looked up and saw a large blood fog in front of them, but there were no broken limbs left. Just looking at this very bloody and shocking scene, one might think that there had been a great battle here, but in fact, it might just be the blood of several behemoths that had spilled all over the ground, all over the starry sky. After all, when they came, they really did not feel the residual feeling of a large-scale energy conflict. If they had not come just in time to disperse, it would have been washed clean by the storm. There are no traces of living creatures. Min walked around and shook his head at Yun Nuashing. The natural order and rules are chaotic. It's hard to track them down. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing freed one of her hands that was holding Frost. She took out the Book of Epics and waved it around. Then, she waved her hand and led the others forward. Over there. Yu Qi could not help but mutter, "This war site has existed for so long. Are there really living creatures here?" And looking at these traces, it seems that they usually wander around in the starry sky, and they have some dealings with each other. Their relationship is not very good, Ning Fei said. Ning Fei said, "In short, this place was a fresh battlefield. Visiting and saying hello would not leave such a little, tragic trace. Found it. It's here." After flying for a short while, Yun Nuashing stopped. She pointed forward with her chin. Everyone looked forward. There was a surging black fog. It covered an area of about 10,000 miles. There was a very weak scent of life inside, like some kind of life crawling in a cave. The scent was not bad. This made them a little surprised. There was actually some kind of powerful life in this strange space of the ruins. They had not been discovered at all before this. They were not the only ones. Oh, come to think of it, it was actually very easy to explain. They had come to this space empty-handed. Who knew if there would be even more bizarre things happening as they went deeper into the space? There was fourth rank, there was a storm zone, there was a hole. Such a huge rule fragment, and so on. Calm down, calm down. They should remain calm. Mei Mao suddenly stood up and got into a combat stance. Here it comes. Everyone got into a combat stance when they heard that. Then, the black fog in front of them suddenly boiled. Silver lights flashed, and countless life forms left their nest and surged out. They were wrapped in black fog and shot toward them like a sharp arrow that had to be the size of a siege crossbow. Moreover, it was used to deal with a god-level defense. Good Lord, one arrow was tens of thousands of feet long. The energy of the void surged in Min's hand, and it slashed forward like a sharp blade. It happened to meet a bloody mouth and split the strange creature into two from the middle. Blood splattered across the starry sky, and the blood that splattered out contained several types of auras. She was stunned when she saw this. How could there be several types of blood flowing out from this life form's body? Looking at the blood droplets that were left behind in the bloody mist, could it have been left behind by these life forms themselves? The silver sword that had lost its power was controlled by Yu Qi with a wave of his hand. While Jing Yuanji and Min blocked the crossbow bolts that were aimed at their faces, he examined this strange life form. It looked like a snake with a slender body covered in red scales full of energy. There were two symmetrical left and right claws at the front of its body, and they were 8-fingered claws. The back was probably all its tail. Its forehead was triangular, and it was as sharp as a long arrow. It had no eyes, and it had a bloody mouth with several rows of teeth. The snow-white teeth were as sharp as swords. This row of teeth hung in front of it, looked like the 1,000 sword tomb. Moreover, they were all in the scale of a giant sword, and each of them was more than 1,000 feet long. Against the weak starlight, they looked cold and shiny, sending chills down one's spine. Being bitten by this thing was definitely similar to being pierced by 10,000 swords. After examining the normal state of the body and looking at its structural rules, Yu Qi's expression changed slightly. It seems to be a life form that can survive by devouring other life forms and directly absorbing their life force. When there's no life force left, it can even rely on the fourth rank rules, drifting in this starry sky to maintain a state of lower activity to survive. A strange life form derived from fourth rank rules. Huh? I've only seen it with my own eyes. Yun Nuashing could not help but exclaim. She had circled the illusory void a few times before, but she had not seen any strange life form there. This was the first time she had seen it. The void was so big that nothing was too strange. Wait, you're saying that it survives by devouring other life forms? Min's expression suddenly changed. Then the blood of other life forms in its body. There should be other strange life forms in this place. Otherwise, where would that kind of blood come from? As for the blood in their bodies, in addition to the scene we just saw, Yun Nuashing shut up appropriately. However, shutting up could not stop everyone from continuing to think. Their faces twitched. So, the bloody scene just now was the trace left behind after a sumptuous meal? This time, their stomachs were cut open before they could digest the food they had just eaten. Ugh. Bang. Ning Fei turned sideways and slapped the body of a sharp arrow that was charging in front of him. Its body exploded into blood droplets that scattered all over the starry sky. There was a blood droplet that was 100 meters tall that almost buried him. He was so scared that he hurriedly dodged. He had just figured out what was going on. This time, he did not want to fight a bloody battle. That was 2F** King disgusting. In the distance, silver arrows shot out from the boiling nest of black clouds. It was as if there were countless silver starlight pouring out from the starry sky. The group's expression changed when they saw this. These things weren't particularly powerful. It wasn't a problem to deal with several hundred of them in one move. But when they thought of their blood spraying out into the starry sky, it was too disgusting. This was repulsive. Disgusting. Let's retreat for now. There's no need to tangle with the strange life forms here, Yun Nuashing said softly. Just as he was about to finish off some of the silver arrow snakes that were too close, the name he had just given, he suddenly felt a shadow fall behind him. Some kind of huge thing blocked the falling starlight, causing them to turn their gazes, and then they were all stunned. Out of nowhere, a large school of fish appeared in the starry sky. Well, at least they looked like fish. There were scales growing out of what was probably the gills of the fish, like ribbons reflecting the light of the starry sky. The scales circled several thousand feet around the fish's body. There were also 2 brilliant light screens shining at the fish's tail. At first glance, one could tell that they were full of energy life. These fish were about 10 to 100 times larger than the silver arrow snakes. Their huge eyes did not even look at Yun Nuashing and the others as they rushed toward the former. The big fish attacked the silver arrow snakes, using their huge bodies as weapons. They either bit or whipped the silver arrow snakes. The latter used their arrow-like heads and 8 claws to remove their scales, leaving countless bloody holes on the big fish. They also drilled into the big fish's bodies like snakes and ate their flesh and blood. Suddenly, the battle became a battle between the fish and the snakes. Yun Nuashing and the others had nothing to do. They were surging with energy, but neither side cared about them. These fish were probably attracted by the blood and corpses of the silver arrow snakes. As for the result, there was no need to guess. The strange fish could use energy, but the silver arrow snakes could not. In terms of physical strength, the latter was not as strong as the former. In fact, the result had already been decided. However, the number of silver arrow snakes was too large, so it took some time to deal with the big fish. What is this? Ning Fei looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but tear his eyes. The big strange fish were fighting in the front, and the small fish were eating the flesh and blood left by their own kind in the corners and gaps of the battlefield. Oh, the blood of the fish happened to be in the body of the silver arrow snakes. These 2 races had probably been fighting in this place for many years. At this time, a beautiful fish that was only 10 feet long and more than 1 foot wide floated in front of them. It slowly picked up the loot left by its own kind and ate it unhurriedly, attracting the attention of Yun Nuashing and the others. Got it. See, you suddenly reached out and hugged the fish. Mei Mao said to Yun Nuashing with joy, "Little star, let's catch a fish and raise it at home, okay?" Yun Nuashing: "How many times have I told you not to casually bring things home? Our house is already messy enough." TSK, you can casually bring girls home. Why can't I bring 2 pets home? Yin Nuashing. It's over. He was speechless. See you, this girl always made him speechless. Although that was the meaning, the essence was definitely not like that. Looking at the little fish struggling futilely in Siyu's arms, the corners of Yin Nuashing's eyes twitched, and he sighed. After thinking about it, there was no problem anyway. It would probably take some time before they left this 4th rank area. He would think about how to deal with it, in case the little girl found out that her fish was gone as soon as she left this place. Oh, in that case, she would not even realize it herself and would only forget about the fish. He should think about it. He was still a little interested in 4th rank life forms. The situation after that was even messier. The snake was eaten by the fish, and the fish was swallowed by some unknown life form that came from behind. Then, a Kuin came and cleaned up the scene. The Kuin was divided and eaten by several strange giant beasts with hands. In short, the whole scene looked strange. There seemed to be some kind of wonderful ecological balance at the bottom of the storm area. No, it was a food chain. What kind of ecology was there in this godforsaken place? Yun Nuashing and the others watched the show for a day or 2. When the giant beasts that were the size of planets finally came out and killed the Kuin, they planned to leave this place. They passed through the small-scale headwind storm at the top of the storm area and finally slipped out of the hole. Before they completely slipped out, they seemed to hear the angry roars of the giant beasts. It seemed like they had encountered some more powerful life form, but they did not bother to look. What a strange place! Jing Yuanji could not help but say, a dilapidated war site, filled with countless destructive rules and 2 conflicting forces of order, can actually evolve such a life form. The void tends toward order. The evolution of life is never determined by itself. Yin Nuashing said calmly, as long as the void doesn't stop, it'll always have a way to give birth to life in even stranger places. Sigh, even 4th ranks can give birth to life. That's not right. Even in nature-defying life, form like the origin life exists. What else do you think is impossible? Everyone nodded. That was true. Origin life forms were the most miraculous and unbelievable life forms in the great Yuan realm. Compared to them, 4th rank life forms and life forms that were not naturally born in sequence were no longer as miraculous. Similarly, according to probability, perhaps the latter had a higher probability of being born. Origin life forms, on the other hand, had to use all the power and luck of the entire great Yuan realm to be born with great difficulty in a crevice. The probability was so low that even the primordial beginning heavenly god would shudder. Otherwise, it would not have been called a miraculous creation. Someone's coming in, Min said as he looked at other parts of the starry sky. Oh, they should have been here a long time ago. After all, we were only a little early. It just so happens that we've been lurking in this storm for a while. Even if we're seen by others, it won't cause any trouble, Yu Chi said as he looked at the storm beneath his feet. Anyway, let's leave first. It's best if we don't run into anyone if we can. Speaking of which, one of the goals of coming to the ruins this time has been achieved. The rest. Yun Nuashing's gaze shifted to the depths of the starry sky, but his gaze was looking at a deeper place. Is to go in and take a look. By the way, how's your harvest? Yu Chi shook his head. I've been wandering around here for many years. My harvest is actually the same. A little. Min Jingyuanji and Ning Fei both nodded. Jing Yuanji stared at Yun Nuashing for a while and said, let's not talk about that first. Master Foam, are you all right? Origin chaos. Only then did everyone remember that this guy had swallowed such a huge cluster of origin chaos. They did not see any changes in him over the past 2 days. My transformation is rather slow. I'm still in the process of energy fusion, breaking through the shackles and preparing to continue evolving. This step is long and requires a lot of time and energy to accumulate. Yun Nuashing shook his head. It will probably take a while for you to see some minor changes in me. There were many lone wolves in this part of the starry sky. They probably did not want to follow the Soul Traversing Academy and wanted to come in to see if they could get some benefits. They sneaked in while the Soul Traversing Academy opened the spatial gateway. Battles broke out from time to time. Some people would occasionally look at Yin Nuashing and the others. However, this group of people had already displayed terrifying strength in the ancient city that day. Those who had a bit of foresight and had not lost their memories would naturally not go near them. They still remembered the scene of the 3 people evaporating into thin air and did not want to be part of it. There were not many rules and order fragments in this part of the starry sky. It was probably because it was controlled by the 4th rank, but was not very stable, which made it seem even more chaotic. The order and rule fragments here were not as stable and useful as the space outside. They were ready-made outside, so they had to deal with the things inside. If they did not deal with them well, it would be a waste of effort. Some things might even injure themselves. Those lone wolves who came in here with their own plans were probably going to be disappointed. After wandering in the starry sky for a while, Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly felt an extremely huge burst of energy. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting in the starry sky. They looked at each other, turned around, and headed toward the starry sky that suddenly shone brightly. It did not take long for them to arrive at the place where the energy burst out. Following that, there were many sounds of fighting and killing mixed with rule-bending power. At a glance, they saw the leaders of the Soul Traversing Academy and the Celestial Court leading a large group of powerhouses to charge and break through enemy lines. Meanwhile, they were fighting against a group of gigantic exotic beasts, abnormal life forms derived from 4th ranks. The life forms that appear in this place are a few levels stronger than those that we've seen before. This was a huge beast horde. The starry sky seemed to have turned into a nest. Many exotic beasts of different races and different forms surged out from the depths of the starry sky, surging toward the human life forms. They were supposed to belong to different races, but they had merged into one force. It was likely that there was a rather huge Dominator-level life form standing behind them. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they were, they could not fight against a group of life forms that stood at the top of the Order World Pyramid. Yun Nuashing murmured and narrowed his eyes. This was not a good situation. If he allowed them to kill their way forward like a hot knife through butter, they would gain courage and momentum from killing their way into the deeper space and die. Then his wishful thinking would be in vain. He still wanted this group of cannon fodder. Ah, no! This group of forces could come in handy when dealing with the abyssal death mist. His eyes swept around and suddenly saw something. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile wickedly. Come, let's do something fun. Something fun? Everyone was curious. Yun Nuashing pointed ahead with his gaze. There's a big guy there. It's not convenient for us to show ourselves. It's not strong enough. But if we work together, Everyone thought for a moment and thought about his previous plan. Then they responded with an "oh." It seemed like he was planning to beat them all back. At least, he had to suppress their soaring spirit. The black fog that looked like a nest, the size of a star cluster, was still surging out of 4th rank life forms. Powerful life forms of all shapes and sizes were constantly surging out of it. A pair of eyes the size of a planet was hidden in the black fog. It stared at the group of abnormally thin and small life forms and gradually narrowed its eyes. It could sense an unusually terrifying, destructive power from them. There had never been such a life form in this place. "Hey, big guy, I want to discuss something with you." A voice that contained a smile suddenly rang in its ears, causing it to tremble. Suddenly, it saw a group of tiny things appear in front of it. Even its scales were standing up. "You don't have to be so nervous. Let's discuss something. I know you can understand." "Ah, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." Yun Nuashing laughed. He did not care that it was frightened and said to himself, "That group of outsiders disturbed your peace. You want to stop them, and it just so happens that I want to beat them up. It's not convenient for us to show ourselves, but we can. You should be able to see the abnormality in us. It's even more abnormal than theirs. If I'm hostile, you should know what will happen to you. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. I'm too lazy to talk too much. I'll tell you the reason why I'm here. As for how to judge, the eyes that were the size of a planet narrowed slightly. A moment later, the fourth-rank life form that seemed to be a ruler shrunk its gigantic size. However, it was still hidden in the black fog. It understood Yun Nuashing's intention and responded with a string of words in his mind. In short, it agreed. Yun Nuashing smiled and stretched out a hand. Then, it's a pleasure working with you. Ah, this is how people in our form greet each other. After waiting for a while, something that looked like a palm or some kind of tentacle appeared in his hand and touched him lightly. The touch in his hand was a little strange. It was as if he had grabbed a ball of soft, sun-dried mud. Chapter 1550. Little guy, do you want to enter the sea of noise as well? The creature whose face could not be seen clearly and whose skin looked like dried mud muttered in his soul. Yun Nuashing could feel many gazes turning toward him in the clouds after he said that. There was some surprise and a hint of fear in their eyes. The sea of noise? Yun Nuashing blinked and spread his hands. You'd better change the way you put it. Based on what you know and what you say, it doesn't make sense to people like us who just entered. However, if you're saying that we're going deeper into space, yes, we do want to go deeper and take a look. There's something in that deeper place that we're slightly interested in. The Dominator, whose face could not be seen, mumbled something. A moment later, he said softly in Lin Huang's soul, "Deeper. Yes, it's really deeper. There's nothing in that deep and dark sea of death other than endless noise and chaos. You're helping us, so I should stop you, but you're very powerful, incomparably powerful. I can only remind you, little guy, there's only crazy noise and the clamor of death in that sea of noise. The breath of the past and the future will sink there." It said a few words, followed by a series of gibberish, which made people feel confused. Yun Nuashing roughly understood that the words that he could not understand were words that could not be completely communicated even if he used his soul to communicate. So he did not pay too much attention to it. Noise and whatnot. That was quite interesting. However, he did not know if there was any mistake in their understanding of each other. After all, they were from different races, lived in different places, and had different experiences. Only God knew what these fourth-rank life forms were talking about meant to people like him who lived in a normal, orderly environment. Yun Nuashing threw out balls of light that contained massive amounts of energy. They were all processed by him. The energy that existed in this orderly environment could strengthen the power of all life forms in this nest for a considerable period of time. He also controlled the extent of it, allowing them to defeat those fellows from the Soul Fairy Academy. As for the damage, it was estimated that there would not be too many casualties. Unless he deliberately wanted to create more killings, that kind of scene would not occur. All right, I've used up all the energy I collected. Not a single drop is left. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and wiped his forehead. Although there was no sweat at all, he waved his hand and said, "That's it then. Please teach them a lesson." "Wait a moment, little guy." Yun Nuashing and the others stopped in their tracks. A moment later, the clouds in front of them suddenly split open. About 1,000,000 miles away, a spatial tunnel appeared in the space. It was exposed directly to the space, and it was abnormally stable. There was no chaotic spatial power coming from it. It seemed to be a stable tunnel that led to the depths of space. Spatial tunnel. Yun Nuashing said in surprise, no wonder they would besiege this place. It's because they found a stable passage. Speaking of which, their lair spanned a distance of 1,000,000 miles. That was very exaggerated. Who knew how many fourth-rank life forms were hiding here? This starry sky had been so quiet earlier. Could all of them be hiding here? "Go on, little guy. Good luck," the ruler said to Yun Nuashing and the others. He then turned around and headed toward the battlefield. Yun Nuashing smiled and waved at them, leading them toward the spatial tunnel. The scale of the tunnel before them was slightly larger than the previous one that led to this space. Although there was also a lot of energy mixed in, it was much more stable than the previous tunnel. Perhaps they could even see the existence of this tunnel when they jumped in this time. Boom! Behind him, there was a huge explosion of destructive energy coming from the battlefield. That was the result of the energy he had just thrown down. The joint attack of the Crossing Soul Academy seemed to have become a little chaotic because of this sudden attack. Sneaking a glance, those fellows were caught off guard by this sudden attack that was tens of thousands of times stronger than what he had expected. Right now, they were reacting to the situation. Even Emo, he was being tossed around in a flurry. Well, if we abandon this tunnel, they can still find other tunnels. This space can't stop them. Yun Nuashing looked back and shrugged. She carried Frost, who was in a deep sleep, and walked into the tunnel, leaving behind a lingering voice that slowly dissipated. We have to think of other ways. I have a feeling that Little Star is the mastermind behind all of this. See you and the others' murmurs drifted out. In the starry sky, they were still in another part of the starry sky. They had crossed the tunnel from one star region to the neighboring star region. This time, they did not feel like they had crossed the world barrier. Perhaps the simple barrier that separated them had already melted, or perhaps they were just in different regions of the same starry sky. This time, the passageway was two-way. It wasn't until all of them had arrived that the teleportation gate slowly closed. It closed from the other side. Yun Nua and the others looked ahead and observed the starry sky. The stars were dim, and the aura of death filled the starry sky. The sea of noise, the sea of noise. Where's the sea? Ge Zhongming looked around, but he only saw a sea of stars and nothing else. He could not help but spread his hands to the others. It's just a way of saying something. Don't pay too much attention to it. Yun Nuashing shook her head. The star region was also called the Sea of Stars, but it was not really a sea of water. It was just a way of saying it. According to what the ruler had said, the so-called Sea of Noise was filled with endless crazy noises and the clamor of death. Perhaps there was another meaning to it. Sigh, after all, this was the only meeting between the two races. How could so many words be said at once? Everyone could only make do and understand. Even so, there's nothing here. Could it be hidden in some corner of the starry sky again? Could it be that we have to slowly search for it again? Yu Qi could not help but roll his eyes. The fourth order and rules are even more chaotic. We're indeed close to the center, but the ruler deliberately added a name to this place. It shouldn't be that simple. Maybe it's because our defenses are too well prepared, so we can't feel anything. Yun Nuashing suddenly hammered her palm and pointed at the layers of hidden barriers on their bodies. Even if there's something, it's probably blocked out, so we can't feel anything. Everyone agreed and felt that it was the case. Thus, other than ensuring that nothing unexpected happened to the magic array, leaving behind one or two protective barriers of order and rules, they removed everything else. The moment all those barriers disappeared, a strange buzzing sound suddenly drilled into their ears. Then there were suddenly many strange roars in that sound, like the sound of a row of large stars being destroyed and falling. The void collapsed, the nothingness dissolved, the void poured backward, and other strange roars of waves. It also seemed like they had fallen into a black hole in an instant, and they heard the monstrous noise of the destructive torrent of everything in the world washing past them. Ge Zhongming was startled. He grimaced and covered his ears. He opened his mouth and roared at Ning Fei. This is really noise. Ning Fei's face was also distorted by the noise. He opened his mouth, but could not hear what he was saying. He roared back, What are you saying? I said, it's so noisy. Asterisk. At asterisk at yen. Even Qingyu, who had been calm for thousands of years, was pierced by this sudden noise. Her pretty face changed slightly. After a while, She felt that she could not take it anymore and took the initiative to block out the noise she heard. Back! Yun Nuashing shouted, and countless barriers appeared once again, blocking all sounds. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, and his pretty face couldn't help but twitch a few times. This is really noisy. It's really King noisy. Siyu hugged her fish that had fainted because of the noise. Feng Qinghuang picked her ears and moved to Yun Nuashing's side. She pointed at herself and said, "I'm deaf." Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. All right, let's take a break. I know what the so-called clamor is now." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh, grinned, and waited for everyone to catch their breath before saying, "Those are the noises of the void, the endless noises of destruction that originated from the void of this war ruin. The dissipated worlds here, the dead laws here, the conflicting orders here, everything that happened in the void, the sounds produced by the things that happened in the void have all smashed into this place. Of course, this is just the surface. I can feel that there are other things hidden in this starry sky. These endless noises are just a part of it. There are also some things that I am quite familiar with." As Yun Nuashing said, he frowned and sighed. The things that he was familiar with, the things that he did not want to see no matter what. He had better increase his defense to prevent himself from bumping into them. Speaking of which, they were really haunting him. Wherever he went, he would bump into them. Although this place, the war site, shelved for countless years the conflicting orders, the conflicting rules, the overlapping fragments, and the bizarre changes, all these factors combined could easily cause those things to appear. He had even dealt with them not long ago. The sin of order, the shadow of order. Phew! Fortunately, it has not settled into the sin of the world. Otherwise, I would have run away. Yun Nuashing grimaced at the little angel in his soul. The little angel raised her head and looked at him helplessly. She was really unlucky to bump into them wherever she went. However, there seems to be something else. Something like resentment mixed in the noise just now. I heard a lot of voices. You may have been distracted by the noise, but I noticed something else. Let's go forward and take a look. Maybe we can find something." Yun Nuashing nodded. "That's right. Speaking of which, this girl could hear the inner thoughts." However, probably because they had been together for a long time and she had also withdrawn her magical power, he had forgotten about it over time. Did it originate from the inner thoughts that she heard mixed in with the endless noise? This is even more interesting. The noise of the void was something that was destroyed in the void. It would be dissolved and disintegrated by the laws of the void, forming such noises. For a period of time, such noises also reverberated in the void near the realm of the gods. It was mostly produced when the void devoured the laws and order on a large scale. It was very easy for such noises to appear in a battle between high-level life forms in the void. Generally speaking, it was impossible for such noises to appear in the realm of the gods. Those noises would be filtered by the world barrier. Moreover, once they left the pure void, such noises would not appear. The void in the realm of the gods was not strong enough to cause such a phenomenon to occur. An environment of pure void. A starry sky soaked in a pure void environment. Yun Nuashing led everyone on a stroll in the starry sky that they had been the first to step into. They walked in a random direction. He left a tiny part of his god's soul outside to monitor the situation of the void noises. He did not dare to leave too much behind, afraid that he would be killed by the noise. Some kind of continuous void rule limits this area. The effect is not as strong as the world barrier, and the void itself does not isolate itself. Therefore, such a situation has occurred. The starry sky that exists in a pure void environment reverberates with the endless noises left behind when the void destroys everything. Yun Nuashing paused for a moment. The closer we get to the center, the closer the environment seems to be to chaos, disorder, and noise. Even the void itself feels a little out of control. In a situation where the void is out of control, does a fourth rank have such terrifying dominating power? Jing Yuanji could not help but ponder. However, she saw Yun Nuoxing shake his head. Fourth rank is not enough to cause such a degree of change. To be able to cause the void itself to go out of control and change the void itself. It's because of this war site. There are many reasons and many factors that have combined to finally create such a situation. There are still many things that we haven't figured out yet. Fourth rank alone is still controlled by the void. The shadow of order and the sin of order should also have played a small role in this. That's right, in a space as huge as this war site, endless rules and order must have been wasted and destroyed back then. Those things might have been produced when the war broke out back then. It's just that the battle was too intense at that time, causing a considerable portion of these two things to be destroyed. What's left here now is the result of many things settling down after a long time. They were catalyzed by the countless remnant ashes from back then and were regenerated by a new cycle. In any case, since those things have appeared here, we need to be 120% vigilant. Anyone who touches those things won't feel good. In the barren and desolate star zone, the stars in this starry sky were much dimmer than the few spaces they had seen before. The entire starry sky appeared to be in a state of dusk. Fiery red light spots filled the sky, and the more intense the star flames burned, the closer they were to the end. Well, that was the original situation. In this place where the rules were engraved, they were the eternal guardians of this dim star zone. Even if countless years had passed, they would not dissipate. This place, is there nothing else other than those noises? Yuqi looked around. They had been walking in this star zone for a short period of time. So far, other than the piercing demonic sound that they had heard when the barrier was lifted, there was nothing else. Some things are hidden very deeply. You won't want to see them. Trust me. Yun Nuoxing responded with a grin. His eyes drifted around in the starry sky. Suddenly he paused. However, other than those things that no one wants to see, there are indeed other things left behind. Come. The place they were heading to was the last star cluster left in this dim, starry sky. It was very small, perhaps only spanning tens of thousands of light years. Its edge was already showing signs of collapse. Other than the light in the center that was still bright, the stars in other places were already dim. Yun Nuoxing led them straight to the center of the star cluster. They pushed aside the layers of light and went straight to the center of the star cluster. Ignoring the light of the stars that were still like the sands of the Ganges, they saw a black behemoth lurking in the center of the star cluster. But it was different from the one they knew. It was no longer a thing with boundaries, but a definite entity. Although it also had a huge power, it made them feel that something was wrong. This doesn't look like those black holes in the starry sky. Siyu pulled Yun Nuoxing's sleeve and asked softly, "You can tell at a glance, right?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. Its predecessor probably was. After all, it was in the center of the star system. But later, something bad happened, and it probably became like this. Suddenly, 3 air currents floated out from his body and landed in front of him. They turned into 3 spiritual bodies. The 3 of them stared at the black entity with a serious expression. Yun Nuoxing looked at them and said, "You guys feel it too?" That female soul lightly nodded towards him and said with a serious voice, very strong resentment, "Just like us, it is the condensation of consciousness and soul that remains on this battlefield, unable to break free and achieve transcendence. But looking at its end, it seems to be more tragic than us," the short-haired man said with lingering fear. "Well, if even you guys say so, then I guess I'm right." Yun Nuoxing looked at the black sphere. It was a tomb built by countless fragments of consciousness and souls that had fallen on the battlefield. It was an eternal tomb buried in a place illuminated by endless starlight. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what had happened inside. Perhaps after the battlefield fell silent, the fragments of consciousness and souls that had lost all power drifted in the starry sky and unintentionally gathered here. They slowly occupied the black hole that was originally the center of the star cluster and turned it into a huge body of consciousness. At the same time, an extremely huge amount of resentment that filled the starry sky gathered here. The resentment that originated from a higher life form caused it to undergo an abnormal change. In the end, it became this strange object. Perhaps it was because they were too focused on it, or because they were too close, the sleeping monster suddenly opened its eyes. The surface of the huge consciousness that had a physical body suddenly lit up with scarlet light. The entire black sphere slowly released a cloud of mist that seemed to have a physical body, filling this part of the starry sky. Yun Nuashing was the first to notice this change, and a puzzled voice came out of his mouth. The scarlet light on the surface of the black sphere drew a huge eye pattern. A closed eye was slowly opening at this moment. The eyeball, which was the size of a star, stared at them without any emotion. This glance made everyone feel as if there was an entire world of light being stared at them with an indifferent expression. If they were not mentally prepared, this glance would definitely make anyone's nerves slow down. Those with poor endurance would probably burst into tears at this moment. A moment later, the indifferent eye turned ferocious. Blood-red light suddenly burst out from its surface, and the brightness instantly exceeded the total brightness of all the stars in this starry sky. A sound wave of rural impact with extreme negative emotions instantly resounded through the starry sky, causing Yun Nuashing and the others' expressions to change. They hurriedly retreated, and the moment they retreated, they tacitly raised their hands to open a more powerful isolation barrier. However, they were dazed for a moment by the gaze of an entire world of light life. At this moment, the shrill roar of an entire world of light life pierced their ears like a demonic sound. The barrier that they had previously set up collapsed in the face of this unreasonable power. Suddenly, their minds seemed to be filled with a void and nothingness that contained infinite chaos. The information that contained infinite rules and the aura of order instantly caused their minds to shut down. Not to mention them, even if Heavenly God of the beginning was here, his consciousness would probably collapse at this moment, let alone them. In an instant, the horrifying rule sound wave that approached them caused the starry sky to collapse into countless large cracks that led to the void and nothingness. Everyone groaned and lay down in the starry sky. Seeing that they were about to die, Yun Nuashing turned pale with fright. She forcibly suppressed her chaotic mind that could no longer think about anything and instinctively displayed the most powerful isolation barrier that could isolate order and rule at this moment to envelop everyone. Then, she used the last drop of her strength to send her group of people flying toward the edge of the starry sky. At the last moment before completely falling into chaos, Yun Nuashing caught a glimpse from the corner of her eyes that the black sphere in her line of sight was falling apart. Endless black fog soared into the sky, as if billions of demons had broken through the shackles and rushed into the starry sky. Like a small boat drifting in this tsunami of sound waves, an inexplicable chain reaction occurred at this moment. All the large planets disintegrated and broke apart. Some humanoid, or things that did not have a physical body, but only carried some kind of chaotic consciousness crawled out from those places. They opened their mouths and roared in response. Amidst the roars of billions of living beings, the starry sky was filled with gloomy clouds and sorrows. This is the so-called Sea of Noise. Gah! She felt like she had seen a crack in the reincarnation road just now. Well, that was probably an illusion. Chapter 1551. The tsunami of sound waves continued for an unknown period of time. Their half-dead perception had intermittently received stimuli from the outside world for a period of time. No matter what, it should not have been less than 20 minutes. In this short 20 minutes, the stars had withered and the stars had fallen. The entire starry sky looked like it had just been born less than 10 hours ago. There was not a single normal sun in this starry sky. The stars and big stars that they had just seen were all sleeping consciousnesses. Bah! The condensation of resentment. They might have just stimulated the one that they should not have stimulated the most, causing all the consciousnesses in the starry sky to wake up. Hundreds of millions of condensations and consciousnesses roared and resonated at the same time, rushing back and forth in this sealed starry sky, amplifying the sound waves by many times. Yun Nuashing recovered from the state of panic and dizziness. He shivered and felt pain all over his body. He felt dizzy and scared out of his wits. He looked down and saw that except for Frost, who had already fallen asleep and was immune to the tsunami of sound waves just now, the others were unconscious. From time to time in their sleep, they felt like they were boxing in their dreams. At this moment, it must be dark outside. Damn hiss! Yun Nuashing rubbed his head and shivered as he got up. Among the people present, his mental resistance was stronger. After experiencing that level of tsunami of resentment, he only fainted. Well, he took a look. He had fainted for about an hour now. His head was still throbbing, and his spirit and soul were quarreling. However, he could still barely control himself. Fortunately, he did not really die on the spot. At this moment, he was in a black solid energy barrier. He remembered that it was left behind before he fainted. It was pure black from the outside, and he could not see what was inside. As for what was inside, he was too anxious. Now, the scene inside was a woodland paved with green leaves and tree roots. God knows what he thought of before he fainted and how he arranged such a scene. Patting his slightly swollen head with his palm, Yun Nuashing carefully put Frost aside. After sitting for a while, he began to adjust his state of mind. He sorted out his mind and soul that had been messed up like a rope, and carefully adjusted his chaotic energy form. Voila! After a while, the sound of leaves rustling caused Yun Nuashing, who was already mentally weak, to shiver again. At this moment, he was a little sensitive to sound, and a slightly louder sound almost triggered his nerve reflex. However, when he thought that only a few people could make a sound in this scene, he calmly turned his head and saw Min sitting up from the pile of fallen leaves. There were still a few emerald leaves hanging on his face and body. His empty black eyes looked around, and after a while he finally found the position he should be at and fixed it in the middle of his eye sockets. Then, that expressionless face that had been frozen for thousands of years actually showed a sad and pitiful expression at this moment, which stunned Yun Nuashing. Did this guy's frozen state thaw just like that? You're awake. After thinking for a long time, he felt that it was better to greet him first. Min turned her head in a daze. Her face was indeed much more vivid, and now she could clearly show a stunned expression. She stared blankly into his eyes for a long time before she spoke. How long have I been unconscious? 2 hours. I've only been awake for less than an hour, Yun Nuashing replied. Min looked up at the sky and remained in a daze for a long time. Her originally empty eyes were even emptier now. Yun Nuashing, who woke up first, saw her body trembling slightly and knew that she was still slowly adjusting herself. She would probably tremble for a long time before she could regain her senses. The tsunami of sound just now was really a disaster. It was as if it had grabbed his soul and spirit, dragged them into the void vortex together with his consciousness, and swung them around until the three of them became independent and eventually fought each other to death. That was a little exaggerated. But when he first woke up, he felt that his soul was trembling, his spirit was not in charge of anything, and his consciousness was floating. His spirit was not under the control of his consciousness, and his soul was not responding to the control of his consciousness. They were even a little resistant to each other. If he forced them to control themselves, they would actually fight each other. He felt that it was not an exaggeration at all. Fortunately, he was an energy life form, so it was not a big problem for him to have 3 independent entities. Now he was back together, but there was still a sequela of trembling, but he would be fine after a while. Jing Yuanji was an energy life form like him, so he did not have to worry too much. Frost was asleep and was not affected at all. As for Feng Qinghuang and Siyu, they had not changed their life forms yet, so they might be in a coma for a while like the others. Min was at a higher realm, and she could control the power of the void. She was more resistant to this kind of abnormality, so she woke up relatively early in this group of people. What is it like outside? Now, Yun Nuashing raised his head and saw Min Shou taking 2 steps forward. He trembled and slowly staggered towards him. He waved his hand to make the ground cleaner and make room for her. Then he looked outside. He did not see what it looked like outside. As the sound waves passed, the stars in the starry sky woke up completely. The big stars in the starry sky had been annihilated. Light from somewhere replaced the stars and lit up the starry sky. Countless broken souls, consciousness, and spiritual beings could be seen flying around in the starry sky. He could see the resentment and hatred on the faces of the human beings. As for the other kinds of individuals, he could not see their expressions at all. However, judging from the resentment and hatred on their faces, they probably did not have good expressions. After looking for a while, Yun Nuashing came back to her senses. She saw Min sitting beside her and looking at her with a pale and pitiful face. She thought for a while and said, "There are demons everywhere in the starry sky. I feel like I have fallen into someone else's nest." "Oh." Min nodded and roughly understood the situation. Then he said, "How are you? How are you?" It seemed that she could not speak clearly now. Well, the order of her words was not clear. He did not know if it was because she trembled when she spoke or because her brain was missing a normal mental state. "Don't say any more. I have already split open. I haven't recovered, even after resting for a while. I feel that my soul, spirit, and consciousness are still fighting back and forth. My mind is like a sea of void. I am in a hurry to adjust now." "Well, I have already adjusted for an hour." Min looked at him with a sympathetic expression for a while. Then she leaned against a tree root in a more comfortable position and asked, "What are those things?" "They are the special products of the resentment and some negative emotions of the infinite lives that died in this world. They don't even have the initial consciousness. In the words of the mortals, they are something like vengeful spirits. It's just that it is not the same as that." Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief and said faintly, "Those that were destroyed in the ruins of the war were all high-ranking gods. Their souls and consciousnesses that were destroyed in a hurry left a small part of fragments in the starry sky and the void. Due to the existence of the high-ranking gods' rules, they did not completely dissipate. At least, they did not have time to be destroyed before this place was branded by the rules. Then, the tiny fragments that came from the countless fallen lives stayed in this world of the legacy of the rules. Slowly, little by little, they crossed the starry sky and condensed into a cluster, becoming vengeful spirits that filled the world." Lowering her head and rubbing her swollen and painful forehead, Yun Nuashing covered half of her face and said, "It's not particularly common. Among the conditions for the formation of these fragmented spirits, the first condition is that there is a sufficient number of fallen lives. The second condition is that there must be an absolutely peaceful area. It won't work in a place that is constantly at war. There's no time for them to condense in a place where there are frequent movements. Even places where people occasionally pass by can't allow them to take shape. Those fragments are too fragile, just like the little bit of consciousness that is mixed in with a weak wisp of energy from you and me. It's so weak that it can be blown away by a casual flick of the sleeve. It's difficult to solidify and stabilize. If that's the case, this war ruin is really an excellent place to form a variety of situations." Min was slightly stunned when he heard that. Recalling what they had seen during this period, he could not help but nod. Countless chaotic fragments of order and rules, countless fragments of energy, souls, and consciousness of the fallen, and an absolutely peaceful place that no one had set foot on since the end of the war. These things all came together to form Fourth Order life. Fourth Order life forms, as well as vengeful spirits floating all over the starry sky that even she had never seen before. The conditions were so perfect that it made one's hair stand on end. Those things were called vengeful spirits to make it easier to understand. In reality, they were not even souls. They were just broken souls and broken spirits, without a clear and independent consciousness. A remnant spirit condensation might be condensed from the broken fragments of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lives. It was even more like the big guy that they had startled. Yun Nuashing thought that the black ball might have been squeezed into various fragments of trillions of lives to become such an exaggerated scale. If there was a core in the Hustle Sea, it would be none other than that ball. The two sober people trembled in this scene of tree roots and fallen leaves for half an hour before they finally calmed down completely. During this time, Jing Yuanji also slowly woke up. Moreover, when she woke up, she did not tremble at all, which stunned Yun Nuashing and Min, forced me to sleep and wake up after I've adjusted myself. Anyway, Lord Feng must have made defensive preparations. Jing Yuanji covered her mouth and laughed. Yun Nuashing and Min looked at each other and took a deep breath. Why didn't they think of that? They had woken up early and were sitting there shivering in thin clothes in the cold winter. They looked like two fools. After rolling around in the sound wave tsunami, they did not consume much energy. Even if they did, they had already recovered during this period of time. Yun Nuashing moved Siyu and the other girls neatly to a corner and checked on the condition of Ge Zhongming and the other two. Then she looked at the three guys who were more injured because they were souls. After confirming that there were only some minor problems and that they would recover after some time, she was relieved. Yun Nuashing took out a wooden sign from somewhere and stuck it on the ground, leaving a direction pointing to the edge of the barrier. She also left a staircase there. The height of each staircase was not neat at all. One step would definitely be deep, while the other would be shallow. If one was not awake and stepped on it, they would definitely roll down. After struggling for half an hour, Yun Nuashing finally walked out of the barrier. Jing Yuanji and Min had been waiting outside for a long time. When she saw him coming, Jing Yuanji quickly handed Frost in her arms to Yun Nuashing. Hiss, it's so cold. After returning Frost to Yun Nuashing, Jing Yuanji shook her hands that were already frozen and breathed into her palms. Her self-structure hasn't stabilized yet. How can it be so fast? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. She reached out to stroke Frost's long hair and adjusted her hood. This kind of rule that is related to one's own origin. Well, the reconstruction will take quite a long time. Originally, it was not much different from the time we closed the door and cultivated once. But during this time, we have to run around in the void, so it will take a long time. Well, at least her situation is better than before. You have not seen the origin life before, so it may be difficult to tell. When I first saw her, I was surprised that she had not. Ahem. Well, that's what I meant. Yun Nuashing coughed and forcibly changed the topic. Let's not talk about that. How is the noisy sea now? At the mention of these 4 words, Jing Yuanji and Min shuddered at the same time. 2 pairs of bright eyes looked at each other and turned to look at the starry sky together. Their willowy eyebrows slightly frowned. Demons were dancing and souls were roaring. This was the first time they had seen such a tragic scene in their lives. After dealing with Frost, Yun Nuashing looked up. In fact, she did not need to ask to know what the situation was now. It was not easy to find something interesting in this vast starry sky. The stars had fallen, and there were only a few sparks left in the starry sky. All that was left were the nests of those ghosts. Now the remnant souls were floating all over the sky. The faint starlight that came from nowhere could barely provide a little light to this dark starry sky, and most of it was blocked by those things that were floating all over the sky. Well, it was a bit exaggerated. Even in the normal galaxy age, when the sky was full of bright stars, more than 90% of the starry sky was still very empty and desolate. It was just an empty space that did nothing. Now, Even if the remnant souls piled up in the starry sky, it was just a saying, let alone a mere trillion remnant souls. Even if the number was multiplied by hundreds of times, it would not be able to fill up this starry sky. They were not the death fog of the abyss. Before she fainted, she remembered that she had thrown a group of barriers to the edge of the starry sky. Now, looking at it, well, it was indeed close to the edge of the starry sky. But even if they ran to the edge of the starry sky, there were still a large number of remnant souls floating around in front of them. Looking at the hideous and distorted faces of those remnant souls, God knows how they had been tortured over the years. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. He walked into the starry sky with Jing Yuanji and Lu Yi, one in his arms and a black ball on his back. They walked into the starry sky, and scrupulously. They had many isolation barriers, but they didn't hide their figures. When the remnant souls and ghosts floated in front of them, they didn't even look at them. There was a remnant soul the size of a planet, its body twisted and gathered with billions of fragments. It had 4 limbs and a body in human form, like a giant standing in the starry sky. Its huge body did not have a large group of roaring beasts hanging on it, as imagined. Aside from the face only having a nose and no other facial features, it looked quite normal. It slowly walked past them, and with every step it took, their barriers would tremble. Let's not talk about how it was before. Yun Nuashing suddenly spoke. The 2 girls turned to look at her and sighed as she looked at the other parts of the starry sky. This part of the starry sky has been far away from peace since the beginning of the war. Even after the war, it is still not peaceful. Now, how do we go to the next space? Jing Yuanji and Min looked at each other. Before they could think of a reason, Yun Nuashing said again, if there is no path, do you want to smash your way out? Well, why don't you choose one of the 2 paths? We will walk around twice, and if we don't see a path, we will smash our way out. Hearing that, Min pondered for a moment and pointed at a part of the starry sky. There. Yun Nuashing looked over there. Do you want to go to the place where we sneaked out to take a look? I am a little concerned. Min nodded. Yun Nuashing responded vaguely. To be honest, she thought so too. Being chased to the edge of the starry sky in a hurry, she was a little unhappy. Last time, she was not sure about anything, and she was a little careless, so she was not prepared. This time, she was going to charge over with billions of firepower and see who was the one who was being chased out. Boom! Just now, they were walking slowly in the starry sky, and their bodies suddenly experienced an unreasonable acceleration. Both Jing Yuanji and Min were shocked. When they turned their heads, they saw Yun Nuashing with a strange and ferocious smile on her face. Her face was gloomy and dark, and they did not know what she was thinking. Anyway, it should not be something positive. That ball just now was probably not going to be saved. One person had a little anger that she had nowhere to vent, and the other 2 had a little sympathy in their hearts. After a while, they returned to the front of the most brilliant cluster of stars. Yun Nuashing, who was about to wave her hand to cast a magic circle, froze. Jing Yuanji and Min were also stunned. The soul nest is empty. Jing Yuanji could not help but say. She missed. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The most brilliant place in the center of this cluster of light was still starry, but that black thing was gone. The thing that should have existed in the middle of the cluster of stars was gone. She did not know if it had split into countless individuals and scattered in the starry sky during the roar just now. Right? Speaking of splitting, Yun Nuashing looked at the cluster of stars that still existed and was slightly stunned. The countless stars we saw before were all condensed bodies of remnant souls. Why is this galaxy the only one that did not dissipate? We don't know about that. The 2 women shrugged, and Jing Yuanji said, without the stars, this starry sky is still so bright. It's a little strange. Oh, that has nothing to do with them. It's because of this legacy of the natural order. The starlight was engraved by the natural order when they existed. Even without a source of light, The light continues to exist because it was engraved. Yun Nuashing turned her gaze. But where did that ball go? I haven't even done anything when I came here. Greeted it. Jing Yuanji helplessly tugged at Min's sleeve and whispered, Lord Feng, even if they are condensed from broken souls. But if you show up like this, nothing will dare to come close. Min pointed at the array formation behind him that encompassed a radius of 10 billion miles and nodded thoughtfully. Ti? Yun Nuashing smacked her lips and mumbled as she put away the array formation. I haven't even used my true form yet. Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly. Did that mean that those arrays were only used to strengthen their power? Who would dare to show their faces when they were piled up there with that kind of aura that could devour people? After Min stared at those arrays and put them away, she suddenly felt the power of the void tremble. She turned her gaze. The power of the void is being mobilized. There are signs of battle over there. After she said that, she took a step forward and floated forward. Yun Nuashing took a glance and quickly chased after her with Jing Yuanji. Yun Nuashing acutely sensed something and quickly reached out to grab Min. Wait a minute. There are many powerful auras, the auras of broken souls. They are gathering here. Min nodded. The three of them threw up layers of defensive barriers and headed towards the center of the starry sky that was probably completely solidified. They had already reached this position. They could see the broken souls that were lingering in the starry sky with undying resentment and negative emotions. Moreover, these broken souls that did not have intelligence and consciousness were now crazily pouncing in front of them, like hungry tigers that had encountered fresh blood. The broken souls that filled the starry sky seemed to be pouncing towards them. They brought with them bursts of horrifying, chilly wind. Even though they were separated by hundreds of layers of barriers, they could still feel the howling and collapsing roars. Even the outermost barrier was trembling slightly. Standing in a relatively safe place, Yun Nuashing threw out an array formation and carefully moved forward. The front was completely sealed by the broken souls. All they could see were the undying broken souls that were black and gray. They piled up into a cluster of stars. Each broken soul carried at least 10,000 lives. They were like moving tombstones. If they were to calculate the number, it would probably be very terrifying. When the array passed through the broken souls and saw the situation inside, Yun Nuashing could not help but whistle. Jing Yuanji and Min were slightly shocked. In the middle of the crowded cluster of stars, there are tens of thousands of black stars and stars surrounding the center of the cluster. Just by existing there, they were constantly unleashing attacks. Those who were surrounded by them and had the leisure to defend themselves and still attack were a group of Empyrean gods of origin, the group led by the Soul Traversing Academy. They had also found the passage to this space. However, they did not know what happened in the hour that they were unconscious that caused the situation to become like this. These guys are quite fast. Yun Nuashing scratched her head with a headache. They are only an hour behind us. It seems that the trouble we left behind is not big enough. We should let them fall more painfully. They can hold them off for a while, but they can't hold them off forever. Min shook his head when he saw the battle erupting over there through the array formation. The broken souls that filled the starry sky were only broken souls. Even if they carried the resentment and negative emotions of endless lives, they could not stop a group of living high-level and peak Empyrean gods of origin. Yes, that's right. Let's do something. Yun Nuashing smiled so brightly that the starry sky lit up. It just so happened that she had nowhere to vent her pent-up anger. Now was the perfect time to let it out. It would be best if she could let a group of people who were lost know their way and turn back. Chapter 1552. The remnant souls could not be mobilized. Even if Yun Nuashing had great control over them, there was no way he could suppress the remnant souls that were branded with the life imprints of hundreds of millions of lives when they were alive. If he wanted to cause trouble for Emo, he, and the people he led, he had a pretty good idea. A large amount of rule bending and sequence power slowly gathered in the palm of his right hand. The fourth-rank power around him suddenly trembled. It was as if a sleeping beast in the darkness had opened its eyes bit by bit. I saw the small squirming storm in Yun Nuashing's hand. Its huge body was stimulated and woke up bit by bit. So excited, Yun Nuashing could not help but grin wickedly when he sensed that the order and rule environment around him had suddenly become chaotic. Perhaps it was because he stood at the peak of order that the power of the origin sequence had such a powerful stimulating effect on fourth rank, and a fourth rank that had not completely stabilized at that. This was a little beyond his expectations, but this power was still within his estimation. The origin power stimulates this space very strongly. Min and Jing Yuanji also noticed the movement in this space at the moment. The former looked at the ball of energy in his hand, her eyes flashing. "Don't kill them all. Don't worry." Yun Nuashing grinned. "I'm not a devil. If I wanted to kill them, I would have done something when they were preparing the altar." Yun Nuashing raised his head to look at the countless huge remnant souls that swept past him. He quickly grabbed a medium-sized remnant soul and glanced at it. He then looked at the energy ball in his hand. Seeing that it was roaring at the front, without any sense of reason and intelligence, Yun Nuashing pressed the energy ball that was almost gathered into its stomach. He then turned around and took a horse stance. He lifted the remnant soul in his hand like throwing a spear and threw it towards the center of the battlefield. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Yun Nuashing looked at the remnant soul and threw it towards the center of the battlefield. After the remnant soul left the range of the barrier, Jing Yuanji reached out and dug her ears. "My ears hurt. Although it's the second time, I still feel that the sound is really soul-splitting. Not everyone can withstand the wails and cries of countless living beings. There are some things that can't be compensated for even by the realm. For example, here." Yun Nuashing clenched his right hand into a fist and knocked on the position of his heart. Although there was a ball of light underneath, that was what it meant. He, the leaders of the Celestial Court, and several other clans who were fighting in the center led the army forward. Starting from the Void Overlord, the alliance of many high-level and peak origins was indeed a steel torrent. Wherever they looked, there was nothing that could stop them. Although there were some bumps and bumps along the way, it was still overall, it was considered a smooth journey. Of course, it was too smooth. It was a little too smooth. It was very dangerous. He understood this as well. He had personally witnessed how these people followed the rules in the beginning and felt some reverence for the unknown space. They were cautious as origin realm cultivators should be. However, as they crossed a few more spaces, their unruly expressions returned. They did not take anything seriously. They were a group of people like that, and he should be the same as well. If he had not met that mysterious person, he probably would have begun to lower his guard. There were still many secrets hidden in the void, and some of them were even capable of toying with a peak Empyrean god of reciprocity to death in the palm of their hands. Those who boasted that they had reached the peak of reciprocity could do whatever they wanted, and their final outcome was probably due to the lack of challenges. This region of the void was indeed rather peaceful. The Empyrean gods of origin were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. Some of them had fought bloody battles and climbed up, stepping on the shoulders of countless others to reach even higher clouds. There were indeed fierce competitions, but there were also many who had made it through an uneventful journey. Perhaps it was because they had experienced far too little, but they lacked a sliver of reverence for the void, believing that they could conquer everything. Emohi sighed and shook his head. As expected, no matter how large a region was or where it was, there would always be a mix of good and bad things once there were too many of them. Close up the battle line, maintain the formation, and advance at a constant speed. He waved his hand to restrain the people from the Soul Fairy Academy. His eyes were fixed on the 13 gigantic black, celestial bodies that formed a fan in front of him. They were hundreds of times larger than the stars. The ferocious blood-red light drew a gigantic image of an angry eye on their bodies. They were blocking the way. Those celestial bodies seemed to be the lairs of the remnant souls that were flying in the starry sky, but they also seemed to be independent, more powerful and abnormal life forms. He had never seen these things before. He did not know what they had done in this space to suddenly attract the attention of these celestial bodies. Don't go too deep. You can't resist the power of the roar alone. Just slowly, M.O. He was giving orders. Suddenly, the two commanders of the divine court, who were wrapped in red armor, who had been fighting at the side, stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to one place. At this moment, many people noticed what they were looking at, a very small white light spot. In this battlefield that stretched for tens of thousands of miles, that light spot was really inconspicuous. It was difficult not to attract too much attention. However, it was the only star in the completely dark night sky. It was difficult not to notice it. And Mohi saw that light spot suddenly appear from the corner of his eye and run straight towards them. He could not help but be stunned. Before this, they had been attacked by the souls hundreds of times. However, this time, something seemed to be different. The palm-sized array in his soul suddenly trembled, causing him to tremble as well. His expression changed drastically. Everyone, stop attacking. Pull back the line and defend with all your might. Everyone's expression changed. Before most of them could react, that light spot, which had already rushed to 100 miles in front of them, suddenly expanded and contracted violently. In a short second, it exploded. The dazzling white ball of energy suddenly expanded to 10,000 miles in size. Countless small white balls of light appeared in the surrounding space, tearing open cracks in space. The power of the void, rules, and order suddenly collapsed and condensed with this area as the center. It was as if a new sun had suddenly appeared in this space with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. And Emo, he, and the others were still close to the center. Boom! Boom! When the dazzling white ball of light expanded to 100,000 miles in size, it suddenly had a chain reaction with the order and rule power in this space. The ball of light turned into a storm in a short 5 seconds. It stood 1,000,000 miles high in the starry sky, swallowing this battlefield and the space around it into the storm's stomach. Although I expected this is really exciting. Yun Nuashing and the others, who were standing very far away, could not help but whistle when they saw that light spot suddenly bloom. The light spot in their line of sight instantly turned into a storm that was only a little more than 1 meter tall. He felt rather delighted. Confirmed that the rules and order within that battlefield and a radius of 10,000,000 miles have been exhausted. Jing Yuanji's eyes sparkled. She nodded and said, "It should be able to cause them some trouble. However, since no destructive energy was added to it, the trouble shouldn't be too great." Min withdrew his gaze from the storm and looked at Yun Nuashing. "You took the initiative to guide the birth of a 4th-rank storm area. You're really something." "Thank you for the compliment." Yun Nuashing shrugged and hugged Frost, who was floating beside him, back into his arms. That was why he did not intend to kill that group of people in the first place. Otherwise, how could anyone still be alive and kicking after being tormented to such an extent? That group of brats would not turn back until they hit a wall. He was also very helpless. It was fine if he wanted to kill them, but to beat them to a point where they were less than half dead and to make that group of brats realize their mistakes and turn back was really difficult to control. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would accidentally crush them to death in the void. He stared at the storm that was still expanding. Due to the appearance of the storm, there seemed to be faint and unstable movements in the space further away. This unstable 4th-rank space seemed to be bustling with activity for a while, so there shouldn't be anything out of the realm of theory happening. Yun Nuashing withdrew his gaze. "Let's go. I seem to have found a passage to the next space by accident." Jing Yuanji and Min nodded, then turned around and walked toward the depths of the starry sky with him, carrying the black barrier orb. They crossed one space after another. Not every teleportation led them to the depths of space. they had also encountered the experience of hitting a wall. They would suddenly go from a chaotic, fourth-rank space to a very stable space. Looking down from the space barrier in the void, it was difficult to determine whether this was an oasis in the desert or simply walking toward the outer ring of space. They had no choice but to keep going. If things were going smoothly, they had not encountered the experience of running into a wall and needing to break through it. However, when it came to finding the direction, it was really hard to say. Whether things were going smoothly or not, they could not see and they were not sure. Although their speed was considered fast along the way, and they occasionally had to deal with some strange fourth-rank creatures in the space they encountered. Although they tried their best to avoid them, they still became a team of pioneers. Mo, he, and the others, who were tailing closely behind, were able to stay 1 or 2 hours behind without falling too far behind, although they did not realize that they were eating the tail gas of others. They could not even see the backs of others. Yun Nuashing and the others had deliberately stopped for a while to observe the situation of Mo, he, and the others. They did not find any special results. Some people in the team had fallen behind. Perhaps they felt that the road ahead was endless and dangerous, or they simply did not want to go on and left the team. At present, they could see that the coalition army was a little embarrassed, but it was not to the point of bloodshed. With Mo, he leading the team cautiously, there should not be any large-scale incidents of the heavenly gods of origin falling. Moreover, they were still leading the way in front. The further we go, the closer the space seems to be to the chaos of nothingness. After crossing another layer of space, Jing Yuanji could not help but say. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and nodded when he heard that. He could clearly feel that they were walking towards the place where the conflict between the fourth rank and the third rank had not stopped. They should be heading towards the center of the war ruins. The further they went, the more chaotic the rules became. The order was not fixed. 100 meters was order, and 100 meters was the fourth rank. This situation was not strange. Previously, there were a certain number of self-perfecting rules in each space, operating normally according to those rules. Until now, there were not many self-perfected rules that could be self-justifying and self-operating, which was the main reason why these spaces looked more chaotic. How many days has it been since we came in? Yun Nuashing suddenly asked. 39 days, according to the time in the realm of the gods. There are still 6 hours to 40 days. Min tilted his head and said to him. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at Yu Qi. The latter paused for a moment and said, "The ruins won't close so quickly. There will be quite a long period of energy turbulence before it closes. It's long enough for people who are observing to think for half a day whether they want to go out by themselves or be thrown out. Even if the time is up, we can still force ourselves to stay in this space. I thought the stable spaces before were fine, but I'm not too sure now that we're here." Yun Nuashing shrugged nonchalantly. Countless rules were in chaos, and energy torrents and energy storms would certainly be more violent and chaotic. However, that did not matter. As long as it was not the energy of that level that came crashing down, he could keep the group safe. Even if there was a danger of that level, he could still withstand it by putting them away. Found it. The weak point of this space we can go. What's that? Yu Qi, who was looking around the spatial barrier, pointed forward. His gaze was half a second late when he looked over, and he was stunned. Yun Nuashing and the others were also stunned when they looked over. The latter shook his head and said, "Let's not care about what it is for now. Let's go and take a look." In the dark and empty space, starlight from a star system gathered in one place. Billions of starlight gathered, but it was not too dazzling. Under the layers of light, there were 2 white doors. The doors on the left and right were decorated with gold and purple energy runes. Aside from those energy runes, there were 2 very ordinary doors. Yun Nuashing and the others stood at the bottom of the white doors. Their bodies were so small that they looked like a row of ants. According to the scale, they might not even be ants. The group stood in a row and looked up at the 2 huge doors. They were probably as long as the sun. Only the heavens knew why such doors would suddenly appear in this space. Yun Nuashing sniffed lightly and said, "There's something like the smell of a portal." He frowned and found the 3 souls in his soul. "Have you seen this before?" The 3 of them looked at each other thoughtfully. The woman hesitated for a long time before saying, "It seems to be a temple. Oh, I can't remember. My memories are too fragmented. There's no way to piece together the complete information." The short-haired man could not help but smile bitterly. "We've seen a lot of familiar things along the way, but we can't recognize any of them. It seems that our role is only to lead the way." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and replied, "We're just remnant souls. What else can we do? There's no other way." "A temple, huh?" Yun Nuashing murmured softly and let out a long sigh. "Whatever the weak point of this space is here. If it's not a portal, we'll just treat it as another space. Anyway, let's go in and take a look. It won't be too late to tear down the wall if we go in the wrong direction." Thinking clearly, there was no need to worry about taking action. Yun Nuashing walked forward, raised his right leg, and with a light shout he threw out a whip kick. "Go!" The sound of the door being kicked open reverberated throughout the entire starry sky. The noise was so loud that Ge Zhongming and the others wondered if he had kicked everything inside into smithereens. Yun Nuashing took the lead and walked through the door. When he stepped through, he suddenly trembled and frowned slightly. He felt like he had just crossed a layer of space. As for the front, he thought he would see an ancient, abandoned temple. However, the space behind the door was still a sea of stars. They walked to a gray-white platform suspended in the starry sky. At the front of the platform was a long flight of stairs. Each flight of stairs was an independent floating stone slab. It looked like a roughly polished mountain path, but also like some flat stones randomly found in the starry sky and placed there. "It's a little different from what I imagined." Yu Qi muttered, "It's not a sealed space. We should have come to another part of the starry sky." No. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They turned their heads to look at Yun Nuashing. They saw that there was an indestructible, dark, red energy flowing rapidly in his eyes. A ray of pure white light appeared in front of his 2 eyeballs. He suddenly took a few heavy steps forward. Each step was more forceful than the last. He left footprints on the ground. When his foot landed in the middle of the grayish-white platform, the entire platform shook. The starry sky in their line of sight was moving rapidly, as if they were quickly passing through the starry sky. The stone slab stairs, leading upwards, suddenly descended bit by bit until they were on the same level as the platform. Then, they collided with each other to form an uneven passage. Something suddenly appeared in the space outside the platform. It caught the attention of Jing Yuanji and the others and made them vigilant. Boom, boom, along with the sound of huge stone slabs moving and colliding. Stone statues that were tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the space outside the platform. They were a group of soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding huge weapons. They stood in a row on both sides of the passage. At the end of the passage, there seemed to be another huge platform. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. Pure white light spots appeared on his body. The color faded little by little. Seeing him like this, everyone became more vigilant. Si Yu and Feng Qinhuang came to Yun Nuashing and whispered, "Little star, should we go back first?" Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and nodded. "All right, you all go back first." Yun Nuashing put Si Yu, Dao Tian, and the other girls into his soul. Then he nodded to Jing Yuanji and the others and walked towards the platform on the other side of the passage. Ge Zhongming stared at the stone statues on both sides. The stone statues of soldiers wearing heavy armor were covered in moss. Strange. If they were really in the starry sky, why would there be moss? They seemed to have once existed in an area with life. Then they were placed here. These stone statues contain very powerful energy. Ning Fei whispered, "They are not weaker than the high-level origin. They could only be man-made. Were they once part of this battlefield? Yu Chi nodded. It made sense that they were the war weapons of a certain party. When Yun Nuashing and the others stepped on the second platform, the flowing starry sky suddenly stopped moving. Dazzling starlight rushed into the platform, making it so bright that it almost burned. However, there was only deep darkness in front of them. The platform took them to the center of a star cluster. There were restless stars all around. Right in front of them was a huge black hole. Around the platform, there were even more huge stone statues standing on both sides of the passage. Their armors looked even more ferocious. They were old and had traces of time, as if they would never be destroyed. At the very front of the platform, with the black hole as the background, was an unusually large throne. A stone statue that was twice as large as the surrounding stone statues sat quietly on the throne, exuding a faintly discernible and strange aura. Just by looking at it, Ge Zhongming and the others trembled violently, almost falling to their knees. Jing Yuanji's legs also trembled when she saw it. She took a small step back and pretended that nothing had happened. However, the strange feeling was branded in her mind. She had only felt this kind of aura twice. One was on Chongkong, and the other was on Master Hui. That stone statue had the aura of the heavenly god of the origin. Chapter 1553. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the dim, starry sky. A scorching hot aura gushed out from the center of the whirlpool, pushing away all the energies on this side of the starry sky tens of thousands of miles away. It was as if a giant beast was roaring behind the whirlpool. A long while later, a group of figures stumbled out from the vortex. Most of their clothes were in tatters, a sign of having been burned by the flames. Their faces were ashen black, and the edges of their tattered clothes were still burning with sparks. Ignoring their cultivation, they were just a group of people who had fled from the scene of a fire. The vortex threw them out like it was spitting out trash, and it began to become rather irritable. It was like a ball of mud, swelling on one end and shrinking on the other. The restless energy that burst out from it caused the expressions of the group of people who had escaped to change slightly. Only now did they remember who they were. They looked at each other and began to mobilize energy to stabilize the vortex. The end of the vortex that had swelled up suddenly exploded, spitting out another group of people. They formed a human waterfall that fell into the starry sky. Mo He and the others were among them, but they were in such a sorry state that they looked like beggars. It was impossible to associate them with their identity and representative. The other spatial overlords were the same. They were in a sorry state from head to toe, and when they looked back at the vortex, their expressions were not very good. We've arrived in another space. These people had just crawled up from the starry sky. They could not care less about their sorry state and some injuries. They looked back at the starry sky with vigilance and discovered that they had already arrived in another space. They could no longer see the flames and monsters that filled the sky. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. He patted away the specks of dark red sparks on his body. He looked back at the vortex that was half destroyed, and then at the new space. He frowned. The formation in his soul had begun to flicker the moment he stepped into the first few spaces. The pure white light flickered as if it was warning him. When he stepped into this space, the formation had already lit up with a constant, blinding light, but he still did not feel anything wrong with it. It made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart while he was still doubtful. He kept feeling like something he could not discover had grabbed his soul and could tear him apart at any time. I keep feeling that something is not right. In the celestial court, a commander in red armor could not help but say, "Every time we will encounter two different forms of obstruction. Those strange creations are left behind by this space. Then, every time we are about to cross the space channel, another kind of energy suddenly appears and attacks us together with those monsters. What's going on?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. No one had noticed this problem before, or even if they did not mention it because there was another more serious problem behind this problem. The energy that did not belong to the ruins could only be the work of someone. Could it be that someone was one step ahead of them and left obstacles in their path? Why would they do that? The eyes of Emo, he, and the other leaders of the Void Overlords flashed. They knew some secrets about the space. Some of them also stayed here when the space was closed, so that they could provide some useful information when the main force came in. But it seemed that they had all failed. Now that this person from the Celestial Court mentioned this, they could not help but think, could it be that someone had successfully analyzed the space? They shook their heads and their hearts. Compared to this theory, they were more willing to believe that there was a person or a group of people who could always be one step ahead of them. And this person or group would always leave obstacles and obstructions in their path for some purpose. They were particularly puzzled about this last point. If they really wanted to obstruct them, they could have ambushed them more forcefully and caused a lot of damage. Naturally, their footsteps would be affected and they would lose their strength. However, the level of strength used by this person or group was more like fooling around. The level of fooling around was increasing bit by bit. Emohi had noticed this problem long ago, but he did not mention it. From the time they were in the space full of vibrating sound waves, they felt that something was wrong. The sudden storm that came and pressed on their faces really took them a lot of effort. If there was a trace of destructive energy in the storm, they would lose 1/10 of their people. Most of the situations they encountered in the next few spaces were similar. Because he could not figure it out, he simply did not mention it. All right, there's no point in thinking about those things. Some things might be true, but they might just be our imagination. He waved his hand and swept his gaze over the Allied army. He could not help but sigh. When they first set off, there were almost 10,000 of them. Now, only half of them were left. There were almost no casualties. Most of them had either sensed something, left with their own thoughts and plans, or stayed behind to explore the spaces behind them. Rest and reorganize. Make a head count. We'll continue after we've rested. The Allied army did not take much time to rest. Just as he and the others felt. The energy that appeared to obstruct them seemed to be fooling around and toying with them. They did not cause any serious damage to the Allied army behind the combined barrier. They did not even slow them down for long. This part of the starry sky was too calm. It was so calm that there was nothing. There were no strange and distorted objects that could be found in every space. A portion of the people let down their guard slightly, but Emohi's expression became more and more serious. As they ventured deeper into this part of the starry sky, the radiance of the array in his mind became more and more dazzling. It was so dazzling that people were worried that it would explode like a crystal that had overloaded with energy. This array seemed to be particularly sensitive to the things in the ruins. Every time a great battle broke out, it would be the first to react, allowing him to react quickly. Although he did not understand what Yun Nuashing meant, this array was warning him. Therefore, when it reminded him so crazily, he could only calm his heart and be vigilant of this space. There's a door in front. It was Unknown who cried out in surprise, but it attracted the attention of the entire group. He was also slightly taken aback. He tilted his head and exchanged glances with the other families before increasing his speed. They had also noticed the door that stood tall in the starry sky. It stood tall in the starry sky and was the size of a star. Why is there a door here? He could not help but frown. This is a relatively weak point in the spatial barrier. Maybe it's a portal used for teleportation, someone from the Divine Court said. Everyone also noticed this situation. They looked at the door that had already been opened and were eager to try. However, in the end, they all looked at Emohi. The latter stood in front of the door with his people and looked at the dark space in front of them. After pondering for a minute, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go in and open the way first. Everyone else, be vigilant." When he said this, he was already walking forward. When the other families saw this, they also raised their feet and stepped into the dark door. Then they were all stunned. The same thought rose in their minds. It was a movement across space. The starlight that filled the sky almost ignited this place. He was so stimulated by the starlight that he narrowed his eyes, and it took him a while to adjust. He raised his head to look at this place that was surrounded by countless stars and noticed a deep darkness in the corner of his vision. He could not help but turn his gaze away, and his eyes were completely occupied by that black abyss. Even the countless burning stars around him could not erase that darkness. This place is a bit interesting. The leader of the divine court waved his hand. One of the commanders in red armor nodded and returned to the position in front of the door to call everyone into this space. They stood on a platform. In front of them was a straight passage made of rugged stones. On both sides stood a row of huge stone statues in ancient armor and holding weapons. They seemed to be the guards of the palace. The people who followed behind them could not help but exclaim when they saw this space with obvious traces of casting. "These stone statues have a huge amount of energy in them," he said to the others. "It seems that this strange space is the real core of the starry sky. I just don't know if we have reached the deepest part of the ruins. We have seen so many strange creations along the way, but there are such stone statues here. We haven't felt the fluctuation of that fragment yet." The leader of the divine court shook his head. The others also spoke one after another. Although they had gone deep into a place that no one had ever set foot on before, it should not be the deepest part. "I feel the breath of a living person. Someone came here before us. It is still inside." The eyes of the people of the celestial sect flickered. They showed some displeasure. "Let's go. Wait, don't rush. Be careful of abnormalities." He reached out to stop them. He pointed at the stone statues with his eyes and said, "I will first. Let's do it." The leader of the divine court shook his head at him. He surged with energy and took the lead to step into the passage. He looked up at the stone statues. The others were also ready to fight. However, the stone statues with weapons in their hands did not move at all. It seemed that they and their energy had turned into eternity with the passage of time. "It seems that there is no problem." The leader of the divine court turned around and nodded to the others. He also let out a sigh of relief. He led the others into the passage. Seeing this, the others followed. The group of heavenly gods of origin above the high level moved extremely quickly. They reached the end of the passage that was less than 1,000 feet long in just a few minutes. When they left the passage made of stone, they found themselves on another platform. A chilling feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of everyone's hearts. Everyone shivered. That feeling disappeared completely in an instant. The other platform was more spacious than the previous one. It was also closer to the starry black hole. At this moment, they could only see eternal darkness. Only when they turned their eyes back could they see the starlight that lit up the starry sky. However, that was already distorted starlight. If they were too close to the starry black hole, ordinary things, even laws, would be distorted before it. "I keep feeling that these stone statues are staring at us." It was unknown who said it in a low voice, but it resonated in many people's hearts, especially when they walked to this platform and saw the even more ferocious and terrifying stone statues. They all had the same feeling. That statue is particularly large. The footsteps of thousands of people stopped in unison because of this one sentence. He and the others took 2 more steps forward and looked at the giant stone statue leaning against the throne in the starry sky. It was a stone statue of a youth with long hair draped over his shoulders. They could not see his appearance clearly. They felt that it should have been clearly carved. However, something blocked their vision, preventing them from taking in the full appearance of the stone statue. "There's someone up ahead." He and the others were shocked by these words. Their gazes, which were filled with all sorts of emotions, shifted away from the huge stone statue. They lowered their heads and saw a pure white figure standing alone 30,000 meters away from the statue. His back was facing them, and the figure gave off a strange aura that made their hearts tremble slightly. They felt a strange pressure, a pressure that came from the pinnacle of order and chaos. Just a few more glances made it difficult for them to breathe, so they could only shift their gazes away. "Be careful," the leader of the divine court said softly. The leader of the celestial court murmured softly with a solemn expression. He noticed that the space in front of him was slightly distorted. It seemed to be caused by two invisible forces confronting each other. One of the forces came from the back. Where did the other force come from? "It's him." "Emo," he murmured in his heart. When he saw Yun Nuashing's back, he instantly recognized him. His eyes could not help but widen slightly. When he saw him that day, he could not sense anything. Now that he saw him again, just looking at his back made him feel a sense of trepidation. The people from the celestial sect of Near Celestial stared at the pure white figure in front of them. Perhaps they thought that the figure was the person who had messed with them along the way. Their group was inexplicably angry. Seeing their angry expressions, Jing Hung from the myriad Tao Immortal sect could not help but twitch his mouth. "If you have the ability to stare, then go ahead. Who are you panting for?" The people from the celestial sect of Near Celestial sect suddenly turned their gazes. The people from the two celestial sects instantly looked at each other and felt somewhat unhappy. "Shut up." Jing Ju punched his junior brother's head and waved his hand. "Now is not the time to argue," he said calmly. "Tisk!" Jing Heng bared his teeth at the people from the celestial sect of Near Immortal. Anyway, the two families didn't get along with each other. They fought with each other every day. Although they happened to be in the same alliance, it didn't mean that they had to be nice to each other. Coincidentally, the other party probably thought so too. If it weren't for Emo, he and the other families holding the fort, they would have already started fighting. After being warned by his eldest senior brother again, Jing Hung felt that it was meaningless. His eyes casually swept over this place. He glanced at the white figure a few more times and suddenly jumped up. "Ah, it's that guy. The one who caused a ruckus in the ancient city that day." The memory of not seeing him for a period of time was awakened by his voice. Many people immediately recalled the figure they saw in the ancient city more than 30 days ago. Suddenly, the look in their eyes changed. When they saw him that day, he definitely didn't have such a terrifying aura. Emo, he waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk forward. The others looked at each other and followed him. Although they didn't know why he appeared here and why he behaved so strangely, there should be no problem since there were so many of them. The distance between the two sides slowly shortened from 100,000 feet to 50,000 feet, then 30,000 feet, and then 10,000 feet. Even when they were about 300 feet behind the pure white figure, the latter still didn't move. It seemed that he had solidified along with the platform. When they got closer, they realized that he didn't seem to be alone. They could vaguely see that he was holding someone in his arms. As for the other people they saw that day, they didn't know where they went. Emo, he took a deep breath and summoned his courage to continue walking forward with the others. When they were about 100 feet behind him, he finally moved a little and turned around slowly. Everyone stopped at the same time and looked at him seriously. "You're here." The ethereal and distant voice seemed to come from the void and the void. It slowly sounded from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing the hearts of those who were filled with complicated emotions to become clear. Those countless thoughts were actually suppressed. "It seems that the obstacles I left behind are too light and can't dispel your desire to explore." The voice sounded again, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. So, the energy that was different from this space really came from him? However, this is as far as you go. Yun Nuashing turned around at a small angle and tilted his head to look at everyone behind him. His sharp, pure white eyes reflected their figures. "Go back and continue moving forward. There are only consequences and realities that you can't bear. There's nothing you're looking for. The path might be behind us. Maybe it's not." Jing Hung, who had fought him once, naturally didn't take this seriously. He couldn't help but mutter I'm afraid you don't dare to walk forward alone. It's just a broken stone statue. What's the big deal? Hiss! Jing-Ju withdrew his fist, which had left a bump on Jing-Heng's head. He cupped his hands at Yun Nuoxing and didn't say anything. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned around and slowly walked to the side under everyone's astonished gaze, making way for them. 10,000 feet is the limit, your limit. I've finished talking. Everyone's gaze swept over him and the stone statue in the distance. They all frowned. Did this space have some connection with the stone statue? Emohi frowned and hesitated for a long time. The leader of the divine court looked at him and asked, "Aren't you going to take a look?" Emohi pondered and couldn't make up his mind. That person was too evil and made him very afraid. While they were talking, others had already walked forward slowly. As they walked forward, they kept glancing at Yun Nuoxing, who was standing aside and staring at the stone statue. Only the two sides didn't move. Jing-Ju was also a little hesitant and didn't want to go forward. He looked at his sect master and said after thinking for a while, "Sect master, I don't think we need to be in a hurry. Let's wait for them to go up and explore the path first." The sect master of the myriad Tao Immortal sect glanced at the sect of Near Celestial. Seeing them walking forward aggressively, he hesitated for a while and nodded. The distance of more than 100 feet was not very far. The people of the sect of Near Celestial, who were walking at the front, had already crossed the distance of 10,000 feet a few seconds ago. However, they didn't find any changes. The people who were still watching were stunned and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Didn't nothing happen? The leader of the divine court couldn't help but scratch his head. When he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed that there were still traces of the power confrontation around Yun Nuoxing. And at this moment, it seemed to be weakening little by little. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. An inexplicable sense of fear spread all over his body in an instant. The strong desire to survive made him suddenly roar, "Retreat! Come back! Damn! I knew there was a problem." He was also trembling all over. He pulled the others back in advance. The others were also baffled by the roar. However, seeing how they wished they could grow 2 more legs to turn around and run away, they knew that something must have happened. They immediately covered their heads and ran away like rats. What? The people of the sect of Near Celestial were still in a daze. Although they didn't know what had happened, they still turned around quickly. When the platform suddenly became chaotic, the whole world seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone felt that everything they knew in this world was frozen in an instant. The time and rules of this space seemed to be broken for some unknown reason. An indescribable energy and pressure surged from the depths of the void. In an instant, it spread all over the platform. Everyone felt as if they were facing the energy at the beginning of the primordial realm. Their faces turned red instantly, and their bodies were pressed flat on the platform as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. The group of people who were covering their heads and running for their lives just now were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Their physical strength had been exhausted in an instant. They couldn't even resist for half a second. Yun Nuoxing looked at everyone who was kneeling under the pressure of the primordial realm in an instant. She maintained her indifferent and cold face for a long time. Then she couldn't help but smile slyly. Lost kids. Her expression was like a child who had succeeded in pranking others. Chapter 1554. Under the vast galaxy, a grayish-white platform stood before the gates of the starry graveyard. The darkness that could devour everything turned this place into the loneliest place in the starry sky. Even light and time could not escape the shackles of this darkness. The primeval sky god's aura that spread wantonly swept across the platform like a transparent storm, pressing everyone to the ground. Their powerful bodies creaked as they resisted. Their bones and limbs seemed to be twisted. Emohi and the others' faces turned red as they clenched their teeth. They were probably the last few who struggled. But no matter how hard they struggled, they were pressed flat on the ground like shrimps, unable to move. The faint darkness that occupied their vision seemed to be the manifestation of the terrifying aura. He forced himself to lift his head and turned his head with difficulty to look at the stone statue behind him. In his dim vision, he noticed that the largest stone statue was emitting a faint light. In a trance, he felt as if something was paying attention to him and the group. The powerful aura made his mind reverberate with a frenzied, buzzing sound. He struggled with all his might to move his head back to its original position, but he had already lost all his strength. Before he could think of what to do, he suddenly heard the sound of soft footsteps in between the buzzing sound in his mind, causing his breathing to stagnate. The others who noticed it also raised their heads. They saw the white figure walking slowly on the platform. Pure black and white light appeared on her body, resisting the powerful aura that made them feel as if they were in hell. Yun Nuashing walked among a group of flattened shrimps. Finally, her eyes fixed on a shrimp who was wearing a black cloak and was wrapped in black clothes. She grinned sinisterly and slowly walked over to the shrimp's completely stiff body and kicked it a few times. "Brat, I haven't settled the score with you for stealing my things. What? You think that if I don't look for you, I'll pretend that nothing happened? I'm with you. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm not looking for you because this mess is more important. Everything that I've touched has my energy imprint. What? Are you thinking of running to the void borderlands to hide? Let me tell you it's useless." Yun Nuashing squatted down and reached out her hand to search his body. A person at the peak of the origin realm who had lost all resistance under the pressure of the heavenly god of the origin could not even protect his spiritual world and spiritual world, if they had them. Right? He was bluffing. Although the law of entanglement was stained with his energy imprint, it was too little. He could roughly feel the location of his energy imprint, but it wasn't an accurate coordinate. It would take a lot of effort to find it. That black figure turned his head, and his scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yun Nuashing, who was running amok on his body. That cold and indifferent gaze emitted a substantial anger. "What are you glaring at? You snatched the thing that I spent so much time making, and you still think you're in the right?" Yun Nuashing was also a little angry from being glared at. With a slap, he pressed his head into the ground, and cracks appeared on the hard, grayish-white platform. The platform, which was already dead silent, was now forcefully suppressed. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't exist, so as not to provoke this guy who could still move around in this place for some reason. It took a lot of effort to find the law of entanglement in the depths of the black figure's mind. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded after taking a look. There was only half of the heart left. He didn't know where the other half went. It might have been eaten, used up, or destroyed. In short, he only had half a law of entanglement in his hand. Wastrel. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. If this half a law of entanglement wasn't enough, then there was nothing he could do. While they were waiting for the group of people who came here 2 hours late, he had been confronting the stone statue with the power of the Yuanshi realm. He wanted to break through it by force, but the three souls suddenly thought of a very important problem when he was about to make a move. The stone statue was something like a guardian of the temple, and it guarded this place together with the hundreds of soldier stone statues around it. In addition to breaking through it by force, he could also use the power of the world they once lived in to open it. For example, the thing that he dug out earlier, but was intercepted halfway. The law of entanglement had turned into something like a key by chance. Yun Nuashing never expected this. He only wanted to use the law of entanglement to spy on what had happened in this war site. He didn't expect such a thing to happen behind the scenes. However, it was probably just a coincidence. Using something found in this war site to open the door of this place sounded reasonable, as long as a large group of people didn't rush out to surround them when they opened the door. But the problem now was that he had found the key, but only half of it. He didn't know if it was the half with saw teeth or the half with only the handle. There shouldn't be such a classification of energy keys, right? Holding this key that might only have one key, Yun Nuashing walked to the distance of 100,000 feet. He raised his head and looked at the stone statue. Just as he was about to open it and rush to the next space, a voice quietly sounded in his mind. Lord Feng, you forgot to deal with these people. Jing Yuanji's words reminded a certain someone who had almost forgotten about the important matter. Yun Nuashing suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at the people sprawled all over the ground, pretending to be corpses. Yun Nuashing looked at the people all over the ground and lowered his head. He muttered to himself as if he was talking to himself. If I let them all go, will they obediently turn around and leave? Probably not. Maybe not. If I let them continue, they will die without a doubt. Then why don't I just do it? Kill them all. The muttering like a psychopath made everyone's hearts turn cold. Anything that happened here would not be known by the people outside. Killing them would be a waste of time. Before they could think of a way to deal with this situation, everyone felt that the strange existence was slowly accumulating energy in his body. A pair of strange dark red eyes made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! Just when they thought that this guy was going to kill until his eyes turned red, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the platform, making everyone's hearts tremble. Then they found that the terrifying pressure that had been suppressing them was fading little by little, and they could regain control of their bodies. A series of explosions came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads. The stone statue with abnormal energy suddenly stood up slowly from the throne. The broken stones that fell from the huge stone statue hit the platform and made a loud sound. It was the sound they had just heard. Huge stones fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. They turned into broken stones and scattered in all directions, turning into a rain of broken stones. A large amount of fragments containing the power of laws flew out from the broken stones. A strange light of energy flowed out from the stones and melted into a colorful energy river imprinted on the platform. The strange light of energy dazzled everyone's eyes. The violent tremor came from the end of the platform. The huge stone statue suddenly walked toward them. All the stone statues around the platform left their positions and walked out of the array with huge weapons in their hands. As the stone statues revived, the energy in their bodies gradually awakened. The energy that was comparable to the Peak of Origin and the energy of the Yuanshe realm faintly appeared mixed together. Everyone who had just climbed up from the ground turned pale. Kaka! A loud tremor came from the tunnel behind them. The soldiers, standing on both sides of the tunnel, walked into the tunnel from the starry sky. The weapons on the ground were slowly raised in their hands with a strange sound of rubbing stones. Then they turned around and walked toward the center of the platform. Something's wrong. Mo, he had just climbed up from the ground when he saw this scene. His pupils shrank, and a sense of danger flashed in his heart. He roared loudly, "Leave the tunnel! Don't get close to those stone statues!" Mohi's sudden scream made the already panicked people even more panic. However, they had been listening to the others' orders for the past few days. In a hurry, they still subconsciously tried to distance themselves from the tunnel. However, they had just used up all of their energy under the pressure of the primeval realm. The group closest to the tunnel fell to the ground again before they could even take a step, sweating profusely. The soldier closest to the platform raised his weapon and walked a few steps towards the center of the platform. Suddenly he turned his huge head. His aura seemed to have entered combat mode as if he had encountered a prey. He took a step forward and swung his weapon down heavily at the crowd who were struggling to stand still. The weapon that came crashing down like a heavenly pillar made the faces of those who were shrouded in its shadow turn pale. They no longer had any strength to resist and could only watch as the weapon approached them in an instant. Another aura that was comparable to the huge stone statue erupted from the depths of the platform and spread across the starry sky in an instant. Mo, he and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Before they could react, they saw a thin layer of dark red energy shield around them. The soldier who was swinging his weapon suddenly froze. The weapon in his hand was shaken by the terrifying energy and smashed onto the platform beside him. It brushed past the people, looking at the huge weapon that was pressed down by the dark red energy like a small mountain. This group of Hiter origins felt like they had just escaped death. "What are you waiting for?" The person from the depths of the platform spoke again. "You stepped into the forbidden area without any preparation. Now, you still don't want to turn back. Do you want to stay and wrestle with these stone statues after losing 90% of your power?" The earth-shaking sounds continued to appear on the platform. The huge stone statue suddenly made a move of exploding and roaring. The unshakable power of the primeval realm set off a huge wave in the void. The power that could wash the entire world and the vision of countless people, into a grayish white. It almost suffocated the people, and they almost fell to the ground again. Boom! Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. His body swayed. His right foot took half a step back, but he stood firm. He retracted his foot again and stubbornly stared at the stone statue. The origin energy in his body gradually surged out and resisted the terrifying pressure. He gritted his teeth and smacked his lips. He inadvertently turned his head and saw that the people behind him were still stunned. They were so angry that they almost went crazy. F***CK. Why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Do you really want to die? Damn it, they didn't know each other in the first place. He didn't need to use all his strength to protect this group of people. He still had to protect the big family in his soul. How could he have so much strength to take care of them? Why didn't they leave at this time? Everyone laughed bitterly. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they didn't have much energy left. When the primeval realm aura came, they had almost used up all their energy to resist it. Now, they did have some hidden power to use, but there was nothing to worry about. If they didn't use it now, they wouldn't be able to use it later. Retreat! Run! Emohi roared. Under the continuous provocation, everyone finally broke through the layer of defense in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and used all their hidden power to rush towards the tunnel. When they saw the soldiers and stone statues coming towards them, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. However, they didn't have any power to resist them at this time. They could only rush forward. When the stone statues saw them charging straight at them, they all raised the weapons in their hands. When the crowd saw their movements, they clenched their teeth and poured out all the power they had been saving for the last time, increasing their speed as if their lives depended on it. Just when they thought they would hear continuous screams, they only heard the clanging of weapons on chains. They couldn't help but raise their heads. The pure white chains of order entangled the weapons of all the stone statues and weaved into a large net. The net started from the figure standing in the deepest part of the platform. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing's back with complicated gazes. A trace of gratitude rose in their hearts. They gritted their teeth and rushed towards the entrance without looking back. Yun Nuashing's right hand, which was holding the chain of order, was shaking slightly. He frowned. He did not expect that when he used his power in a larger area, he would be suppressed even more by the stone statue of Yuanshi. Boom! Heavy footsteps, accompanied by a huge, smelly foot, landed in front of him. Yun Nuashing glared. However, no matter how stubborn he was, he couldn't completely resist the power of the Yuanshi realm. His feet trembled as he took 3 steps back. He stomped a deep hole in the ground and forced his body, which was about to be pushed out by that power, to stay 3 steps away. Most of them should have left. If we don't leave quickly, I'll die here. Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and muttered. He wanted to turn around to look at the situation behind him, but when he turned around, he saw a blurry black shadow appear in the corner of his line of sight. A pair of scarlet eyes were reflected in his line of sight, and at the same time there was a cold light that was tainted with great power. In that moment, Several hundred thoughts flashed through Yun Nuashing's head. None of them were related to him. He only thought about how to torture and kill this ant who just happened to pick a time like this to cause trouble. He even thought of 100 more ideas. A peak reciprocity attack would not be able to reach a distance of 30 centimeters. Then, in the next several dozen seconds, just when Yun Nuashing was about to release the Yuansha realm's qi that he had blocked, a shout suddenly exploded from the side and interrupted him. "How dare you, brat!" The power contained in that violent shout caused the black figure to instantly stiffen. The tip of the short sword in his hand abruptly stopped less than 3 inches away from Yun Nuashing. The former's scarlet eyes suddenly flickered. Just as he was about to retreat after his attack failed, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. In less than a moment, a fist smashed him to the ground. Yun Nuashing casually glanced at the person who was lying on the ground like a toad after his sneak attack failed. He turned around and saw Emohi standing beside him. Emohi took out something that looked like a chain from somewhere and tied the black figure tightly. Afterward, he viciously knocked a large bump on the back of the black figure's head and put him into a deep sleep. Only then did the black figure catch his breath. His face was filled with difficulty and difficulty. After being beaten back and forth by the Yuansha realm's qi, he still had the strength to do that. It really was no wonder he was the leader of a void overlord organization. He tried to catch his breath with one hand on his waist. When he saw Yun Nuashing looking at him, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me. Huff. Hurry up and think of what to do. You don't really want to. Huff. Die here, do you?" Yun Nuashing looked at him strangely. Just when he was about to say something, he heard movement from the other side of the platform. The two of them turned their heads together and saw the leader of the god's court standing in front of the tunnel. He was trying his best to create an energy barrier to stop the stone statues. The stone statues had inadvertently approached from all directions. The stone weapons in their hands shone with cold, killing intent under the starry black hole and the starry sky. He could not help but yell, "Hurry up and think of something. I can't hold on much longer." Cough. Well, this guy was really trying his best. It didn't take long for him to spit out blood. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. But thanks to him, she didn't have to take the time to check the group of soldiers behind her. It wouldn't be a big problem to confront the stone statue of the Yuansha realm. All the people on the platform had evacuated except for the guy who was silenced. Only he and the guy who spat out blood were left. Why didn't these two guys run away? "What are you two doing here?" Yun Nuashing asked he while concentrating on checking the stone statue of the Yuansha realm. He froze for a moment and seemed to find it very strange. "What am I doing here? How do I know why I should stay? I should run away." Yun Nuashing, "But we all stayed. Our escape route has been cut off, so we can only stay." He waved his hand and grinned. If he wasn't panting while talking, he would have looked quite handsome. Unfortunately, he looked very embarrassed while panting. "I'll go help that guy first. If you think of a way, hurry up and use it. We can't hold on for long." He gritted his teeth and stood up straight. But he only stood up straight. He turned around and walked slowly toward the leader of the divine court. He said, without looking back, "There's no way." Yun Nuashing's sigh fell into the two's ears, and they couldn't help but tremble. Hearing her faint sigh, they couldn't help but clench their fists. That point of entanglement is the key. I just used it. The stone statue moved because I used it. But I don't know what this guy who came out of nowhere did with the point of entanglement. The key is incomplete because half of the structure is missing. Otherwise, there should be a door or something similar to a door. Ha! I told you not to come. I purposely left so many obstacles on the way to let you know the difficulties and retreat. But you dragged the allied army and were so stubborn. Why did you rush to be buried with me? Yun Nuashing suddenly couldn't help but tease. It seems like you are in a hurry to be reincarnated. Mo He and Yun Nuashing. Don't joke at this time. Yun Nuashing shrugged. She saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and wanted to tease them. There was a way, but it was a little strenuous. Previously, the three souls said that besides forcing their way in, they could also use the key to open the door. Now the key was broken in the door. They could only force their way in. Fortunately, it was only a stone statue of the Yuansha realm. After casually moving her hands and feet, Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. A cold smile appeared on her pretty face. In the end, we still have to smash the wall with our own hands. Chapter 1555. With his current strength, even if he did not borrow the power of the realm of the gods, he should be able to fight a real Yuansher. After all, 100 million years had passed, and he had changed a lot compared to himself 100 million years ago. Well, the premise was that the other party's realm could not be too high. If it was too high, he would die. But this guy was just a stone statue. To be honest, he did not think that this stone statue could match the power of a real Yuansher. How could a stone statue that had no intelligence and was sitting there eating dust and moss want to trample him to death? You too stepped back. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Dozens of origin energies roared and rushed in his body. The powerful power from the peak of order made his confidence swell without reason. He felt that he was very arrogant. Even if a beginner Yuansher came, he could fight. I'll talk to it about life. Oh no, the principle of stone. Mo, he, and the leader of the celestial court widened their eyes. The energy of that thing was many levels higher than theirs. They could not understand it from where they stood now. It must be of a higher realm. Did he want to fight with it? You're not kidding, are you? Mo, he blinked. He was already a little weak. When he heard what Yun Nuashing said, he was even more shocked. He thought that Yun Nuashing was a little nervous and had given up. He could not help but persuade him, don't give up. Maybe there are other ways. He said it out loud, but he accidentally caught a glimpse of Yun Nuashing's confident and slightly proud, but also abnormally solemn and serious gaze. But looking at your eyes, it doesn't look like you're going to die. Could it be that you're not joking? I don't have the energy to joke with you. At this point, the key is gone, and the door is blocked in front of me. What else can I do but smash the wall with my head? Yun Nuashing's eyes suddenly turned to look at him. He looked back at the stone statue. The energy in his body was surging and roaring to the peak. You two, try your best to hold back those stone statues. Leave this big one to me. Oh, that's right. It's best to back off a little. There isn't enough space here. If you guys get caught in the crossfire, you might be in danger. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath after entering a deep state of fusion with the little angel. The surging origin energy allowed him to almost ignore the stone statue's coercion in the realm of Yuansher. He looked at the stinky girl, calmly walking forward. His right hand, which was holding frost, slowly lowered. Dozens of kinds of energy gathered crazily and condensed into a huge ball of energy beside him. The flickering light seemed to draw the surrounding void. The stone statue raised its head with a boom. A figure surrounded by countless energies suddenly appeared in front of its eyes. The flickering energy caused the surrounding void to collapse. The void brought along the power of the void and poured into the starry sky. Finally, it flowed into the ball of light in Yun Nuashing's hand as he struck out with his palm. Let me summon the 10,000 elephants. Jing Yuanji and the others in the soul couldn't help but smile bitterly at the same time with a solemn look on their faces. His first move was the guide of all things. This guy was arrogant, but in the end he didn't underestimate the enemy. It was just that his first move was too fierce. The colorful ball of energy suddenly expanded and enveloped the stone statue and the platform. A boundless attractive force suddenly erupted from the center of the energy. All the energy in the starry sky and the infinite energy in the void were attracted and gathered crazily. The violent energy burst out from all directions and smashed onto the grayish-white platform like a cluster of stars. wrapping the stone statue in the center. The sudden burst of huge energy made Mo, he, and the other person so shocked that their faces were distorted. For a moment, they didn't know whether to maintain the defense in front of them or turn around to resist the violent energy attack from behind. F***CK. Mo, he screamed in horror and hurriedly turned around to cast an energy barrier. The incoming wave wasn't very fast for them. They could see the overlapping waves mixing into one and smashing towards them with the power to overturn the starry sky. The two people's faces immediately changed. They couldn't care less about the soldiers and stone statues in front of them and hurriedly defended against the indiscriminate energy attack. Huge energy waves burst out from the center of the guide of all things, creating a storm that had just evolved to the most violent scale on the platform. The stone statues sensed the threat of destruction and were swept away by the oncoming wave before they could even raise their heads to defend. Their bodies made cracking sounds as they shattered into dozens of pieces from head to toe and scattered into the starry sky. Yun Nuashing pulled himself out from the center of the energy shock. He turned around abruptly and waved his right hand. A boundless array of formations appeared from the void and lined up one after another. All the formations were aimed at the center of the storm on the grayish-white platform. Just as he was about to erupt with the greatest power, he suddenly felt an abnormal attractive force from the platform that sucked in all the energy he had poured onto the platform. This made him slightly stunned, and his attack paused for a moment. Moreover, the pressure of the Yuansha realm had disappeared. What's going on? Are we not going to fight anymore? Yun Nuashing looked suspicious, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't think that this move alone could defeat the stone statue. If so, he should have entered the Yuansha realm long ago. But if that was the case, why did its aura suddenly disappear? Or did it just restrain itself? A crack suddenly appeared in the energy storm, and Mo, he, and the leader of the divine court rolled out of it. The former looked at the hundreds of formations that surrounded this space and felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but shout at Yun Nuashing, "Are you trying to kill us all?" "It's okay. We won't die. I know what I'm doing." Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Two chains of order darted out of the formation and pulled the two of them to his side. Mo, he panted heavily. He didn't have much strength to begin with, and he had just been attacked indiscriminately. Although he had deliberately weakened some of the power that affected them, he was now panting heavily after escaping death. He looked at the platform below and asked suspiciously, "What's going on? Why? Why is the aura of that realm gone?" "I want to know too, but it's gone all of a sudden." Yun Nuashing was also confused. He thought for a while and waved his hand to dissipate the energy cloud. If it didn't dissipate on its own, it would dissipate soon. The strange attraction there was so strange that it could devour his original energy. The cloud dissipated and revealed the situation behind. Yun Nuashing, the leader of the divine court, and a large group of people in his mind all looked curiously in front of them. The Yuansha stone statue, whose face couldn't be seen, had stopped moving. It maintained its posture of reaching out to them, as if to welcome them. In the huge palm of the stone statue, there was a huge blue energy vortex about 1,000 feet wide, a space passage. "The door is open? What's going on this time? Did I hit the key into the door? Or is it not going to fight because the minions were all killed?" Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment and quickly asked in his mind. He was asking the three souls. This. The woman was also a little puzzled. They had lost too many memories, and there were many situations that were difficult to judge. She could only guess. The stone statue is guarding the door. Other than using the power from our world to touch it, there's only one way left to break in. But I actually don't know how to break in by force. Maybe it will work as long as the attack reaches a certain level. I don't know. The short-haired man and the young man crossed their arms and shook their heads. Yun Nuashing could not help but grimace when he heard this. This explanation did not feel as good as his. But in short, there seemed to be no problem. He looked at the stone statue. It raised its head and looked at their position. In addition to its actions, it did seem to be inviting them to go deeper into the space. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Mo, he and the young man. Are you two not going to turn back? The space ahead will only get more and more dangerous. You know little about this space. Walking here casually is equivalent to walking into a quagmire. Sooner or later, you will not be able to get out. You know what I mean. I know what you mean. What is the other layer of meaning? The leader of the celestial court wiped the sweat from his forehead. He stared at Yun Nuashing as if he wanted to find the answer from the subtle changes on his face. You could have not saved them and let everyone be killed by the stone statue. I thought you left so many people behind to stop us because you have some grudge against us. But you did it at that time. Why? Is it useful to keep you alive? Is this answer enough? Yun Nuashing took a light breath and shrugged. Of course it is useful. Part of it is for me, but the bigger part is something bigger. You are not ready to face those things now, so I will not tell you. When I judge that you are ready in this void, I will tell you some things that are hidden, but that everyone will have to face. Yun Nuashing turned his head. Now stay here. I will go ahead and take a look. If you are ready to face something in advance, come and find me. After saying this, he did not care about Emohi and the young man's reaction. He went straight to the stone statue and went into the portal in a flash, leaving the two looking at each other in confusion. The leader of the celestial court glanced at Emohi and said, "What do we do now?" "You're asking me when you're confused." Emohi rolled his eyes. "Who should I ask?" The two of them looked at each other, then lowered their heads and sighed deeply. The stone statue was still holding up its right hand, the teleportation channel had not disappeared, and the platform was still there. Yun Nuashing's words were deliberately hiding something. At this moment, they did not know things that they could not know yet. If they wanted to know those things, they first needed to rest. Otherwise, if they ran into the channel in this state, who knew what they would encounter again? Anyway, let's take a rest first. The two sighed and sat down on the platform. A dazzling light flickered in the gray, starry sky. A figure wrapped in endless energy seemed to gather from the light, breaking free from the shackles of the light and appearing in the starry sky. Then he looked around at the starry sky with a strange misty characteristic and frowned slightly. The chaos here is very serious. Strange. It is clearly a place where the fourth order occupies almost the entire place. Why is it still so chaotic? I can already feel that it is almost peaceful, but... Yun Nuashing glanced at the state of the starry sky, and his expression changed. It was this strange, contradictory nature again. Could this be what the fourth order looked like at the beginning of its formation? First, it went through the initial chaos and calm. Then it slowly clashed with other orders and fell into true chaos. Finally, it was true stability. Well, only God knew what the situation was. He could not figure it out for the time being. Yun Nuashing turned his attention away from the state of the starry sky and looked at the starry sky in front of him. A bright star cluster appeared in his sight. The star cluster that had already formed was mixed with a huge nebula-like material energy. The star cluster itself was unusually bright and was mostly blue. There were dark blue or faint red lights in a few corners, and the nebula that wrapped around the bright star cluster like a membrane showed a faint purplish-yellow shimmer, like a thin layer of gas cloud. Looking at the star cluster through his eyes, it showed that the nebula was scattered all over the star cluster. The latter was obviously a star cluster that had already formed and stabilized. It was as if the star cluster had crashed into the nebula at a speed that was difficult to achieve under normal conditions. However, there was no plundering. Instead, the two had reached a strange balance and coexisted. A big house with double decorations. Yuan Kong looked at the scene in his soul. Her characteristic, which was similar to her sister's, made her notice something. Idiot, that star cluster in the lower right corner that you're looking at, there are traces of energy flashing. It's the place where the circle is. Yun Nuashing looked around and soon found the place that Yuan Kong was talking about, a place that suddenly caved in. The starlight and objects around it were distorted, just like the vortex itself and the things around it. However, the caved-in was just an illusion. It seemed to be some kind of distortion caused by some kind of energy conflict, cutting off the continuity of the surrounding scene and causing distortion and rupture. At this place, the short-haired man suddenly came forward and looked at the scene he saw. His eyes flashed. This looks like a galaxy in that world. How did it get involved with the space guarded by the guardian statues? God knows what happened to this space when the war broke out. It's normal for something to happen. It's possible that a space was smashed into another space to replace it, or it was swallowed up. That's not an explanation. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Anyway, if you have any memories or faint impressions, just let me know. Tell me if there's anything worth paying attention to about that star cluster that looks a little problematic. Huh. The short-haired man replied. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and searched through his fragmented memories for a while before he said, If I remember correctly, there used to be a place similar to an outpost at the place where the distortion occurred. Outpost? Or a fortress? Or... Yun Nuashing saw that the man's face was getting more and more twisted and pained. She quickly waved her hand. Okay. Whatever it is, there used to be something there, right? Then I'll go and have a look. Because he was not sure if there was anything wrong with this abnormal starry sky, Yun Nuashing was not in a hurry to throw out his large group of people. He went over to explore the way first, and in the process, he also explored the appearance of this starry sky. Just as he let his soul spread out for a short distance, his heart thumped, and he could not help but whisper, Damn, this starry sky is alive. Everyone was startled when they heard this. They looked at each other solemnly. The world in this war site was all branded by the rules, recording the scenes after the tragic war, before it was destroyed by the void or during the war. It was a pile of legacy of the rules inscribed. Everything in it could be said to be the creation of the rules, because they were all restored by the power of the rules. Then, under such circumstances, Yun Nuashing sensed real starlight. It was no longer the starlight with a strong aura of the rules emitted by the stars condensed by the power of the rules. It was real, and it came from a living star in the starry sky. Apart from being horrified, the doubts and vigilance in his heart were greatly raised. There must be something abnormal. Well, the evildoers who appeared under such circumstances were probably world-destroying existences. Due to his vigilance, Yun Nuashing did not rush to the distorted place immediately. He slowly approached it after a few minutes. When he got close to the place where the distortion was like a whirlpool and also like quicksand, he could clearly sense the abnormal situation nearby. The space is abnormal. At the same time, the void-time rules in this place are also abnormal. Master Feng, the rules in this area are all normal, Jing Yuanji murmured, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. This is not a rule, pieced together from rule fragments. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched, considering the situation in the starry sky that he had seen and Jing Yuanji's words. The implication was that this place had never experienced destruction, so naturally, there were no rule-bending fragments. However, there was indeed a fourth-rank aura here. Or perhaps the battle back then had completely shattered all the rules and energy in this space. It's just that by a freak combination of factors, I don't know who or how many people's godly right and divinity fragments mutated when the conflict broke out, restoring this starry sky. It's just that no one knows. Yun Nuashing pinched his fringe. His gaze focused on the whirlpool in front of him that had already occupied his entire field of vision. However, his mind drifted to another place. The existence of fourth-rank power proves that this place has experienced destruction before and has been cleansed by a new order. Moreover, It's a rather young fourth-rank power. It might even be at the initial stage of chaos and balance that hasn't changed yet. For an intact starry sky to appear under such a background, it's either that it has undergone restoration and reconstruction, or Min frowned when he heard that, or someone moved the space here. Yun Nuashing nodded. There were only two possibilities. First of all, there was no way to conceal the traces of fourth-rank power in the void. Then, the problem could only lie with other things in this space. That battle back then, it seemed that a lot of strange things had happened. He had thought about it before. The massive divinity, godly right, rule-bending power, sequence-bending power, and other powers collided with each other through individual changes. It was indeed easy for some unimaginable changes to occur. However, sometimes the battle was too intense, and the destructive energy in each energy was too great. Those abnormal changes were eliminated before they could show themselves. Some of these changes could be observed in places where the intensity of the battle was slightly weaker. However, it did not mean that the weaker the battle, the easier it was for abnormal changes to occur. Otherwise, it would not have been called an accident. Let's not care about those brain-burning things for now. After listening for a while, Yuan Kong finally could not help but grit his teeth and scratch his head hard. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. We won't be able to find anything from so far away. Since those things have already happened, there must be a reason for them to have happened. It's not too late to look into it later. If we wait a while longer, the traces of energy flashing might be annihilated completely. That's true. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. He pulled back his thoughts that had drifted to the other side and slowly flew towards the space in front of him. In the end, when he was about to approach a certain range, he felt something and could not help but stop. He stretched out his hand in front of him and touched something that was like a barrier in the shape of a distorted vortex. Yun Nuashing's expression froze. Solidification of nothingness? A boundary domain that separates reality, the void, and nothingness, and makes the three independent and solidified? No, it seems to be a barrier that delineates the area. I only treat it as something that can be done in theory. Who has the time to do such things? But it is indeed a theoretical thing. The nothingness and the void have not reached a state of solidification. Looking at this barrier, it probably only completely separates the void of a region. It seems that there is something imperfect that allows it to occasionally open and communicate with the outside world. The void and nothingness inside and outside would then be replaced to a certain extent. As for reality, as for the space in the real world, since the first two realms were not completely sealed, there was naturally no solidification or solidification. However, the barrier between the inside and outside was equally effective, so there would probably be some things inside. Some things that existed during the war might have been preserved because of this barrier. Chapter 1556. A barrier that perfectly separated the void from the outside and froze. It only existed in theory. Its existence perfectly functioned as it should in reality. Its function was reduced to a wall that was a little stronger than an ordinary city gate, and its weak stagnation effect made the effects of time insignificant. Perhaps some things inside were preserved well, and perhaps there was still wreckage from the end of the war still smoking inside. It was quite easy to break through this barrier. All one needed to do was to point the nether void sword and poke it with weak origin energy to restore the chaotic order, rules, void, and nothingness here to their normal state. The stagnation inside would also end, and it would return to its normal state of being washed away by time. In fact, it could be done more crudely, such as crashing into it, but that might cause the barrier to collapse. After all, it was something that existed in theory. Although it had been reduced to such a terrible state in reality, it was still more special than a normal barrier that had such a function. It's not difficult to break through, but I'm afraid that something inside will end the semi-stagnation. We have to be quick. If we're lucky, we might be able to catch up with the cool down of the battlefield. Yun Nuashing took out the nether void sword and gently poked the tip of the sword a few times on the barrier. She aimed at a spot and stabbed it. Several origin energies flashed on her body and surged into the barrier through the nether void sword. The barrier quickly became illusory and flashed like lightning. The energy and destruction beyond the barrier's capacity to handle caused it to shake. The vortex around it twisted even more, and the starlight collapsed as if a black hole was slowly awakening inside. It's quite sturdy. As expected of a theoretical barrier, it's a little special. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself as he twirled the nether void sword in his hand. A few more types of origin energy gushed out, creating a river of energy within the barrier. Then the barrier, which was twisting even more intensely, suddenly shuddered and dimmed as if it was about to run out of energy. It flickered, and after a few flashes, the distorted scene around it gradually returned to normal. The spinning nether void sword drew an arc and completely tore the barrier apart. The scene before them returned to normal after a violent flash. The sunken and distorted space returned to normal. The spirals and vortexes of light stabilized, and an aura of destruction of order and rules drifted out from the broken barrier. Yun Nuashing frowned and fearlessly stepped forward into the area that was suspended by the void. In this place, the state of war might have just ended not too long ago. Space had yet to recover from the impact of excessive destructive energy. Order and rules might not have begun to recover. I don't feel any abnormality in the flow of time. So you could not help but say after a short while, there was no abnormality in the flow of time in the first place. After all, this barrier has not really reached the level where it can block the normal flow of time inside and outside. The flow of time inside still follows the rules of time of this world. It's just that the stagnation has made everything inside less sensitive to time. As for the rules of time of this strange starry sky, Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and tugged at her long hair. It's not easy to find out what the rules of time of the starry sky are like when you're in this space. At least for now, I don't feel any signs of it being forcefully twisted. That is to say, the flow of time in this place is still normal. However, even if there is any phenomenon of time slowing outside, it has been washed away by our intrusion. Now, there is only normal time here. Walking into this place, the short-haired man struggled to find something familiar. Yun Nuashing cautiously approached it, and his soul spread out in the starry sky. As he had just broken free from the stagnation, he felt a high-energy reaction from dozens of places. However, they were all residual energy sources, traces of battle, and traces of the void and space quietly recovering. At present, there was no danger. Judging from the scale of the war ruins, the battle back then should be comparable to, well, actually, it doesn't have to be comparable. To be able to use a weapon of the scale of the Yuanshi realm stone statue, it must have been a great battle that happened 11 eras ago. Yun Nuashing said with a grimace. In fact, when he saw the Yuanshi realm stone statue, he had already thought about it. There was no such thing in the Dark Age, other than that era, which era had such a weapon of war. What followed was a pain in the ass. In fact, from the beginning, he felt that something was wrong with the war ruins. However, he did not expect it to be related to the mythological era. Wait a minute, could this be related to that again? Shaking his head to throw those terrible thoughts out of his mind, Yun Nuashing said as he walked forward. Judging from the scale of the battle back then, and with the stagnation effect of the barrier, it is normal that there are high-energy reactions here. These are all traces of battle. The planet that the short-haired man was familiar with still had an atmosphere. The stars around it were already dead, or it did not orbit a sun. Even though there was no sun nearby, Yun Nuashing still found signs of light. He could see clearly what the interior of the planet looked like. A scorched earth burned by the flames of war, a huge crater that was smashed by a great force, occupying the entire surface of the planet. Deeper into the crater, he could even see its core. A normal planet with such damage would have been torn apart. It seemed that this planet was also specially made. However, there was not much energy left in its body. Perhaps it had already run out of energy when the war broke out. Now it was just a huge hard sphere, landing on this sunken planet from the starry sky. The divine soul that had spread out retracted from wandering in the starry sky back to the planet. Yun Nuashing looked up at the starry sky that was covered with a layer of fog. I don't feel anything, but it makes sense. The battle has been over for so long. Other than some traces of destruction that have yet to dissipate due to stagnation, there shouldn't be anything here. Apart from the crater at the end of the horizon, there was only destruction caused by the aftermath of the energy. Ashes, flames, smoke. These things had not dissipated in time. There was no trace of life left on the dry land, no matter if it was alive or dead. Yun Nuashing could not help but frown. It had been like this since he came to this starry sky. First of all, his soul could not go very far. Secondly, there was the problem of interference. There was still a lot of energy in this space. The interference was too severe. Otherwise, he would not have to land on the planet to check it out. He could not help it. He could not see clearly if he did not get closer. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of an important problem. He looked for Feng Qing Huang in his soul. Girl, can you see if there is anything alive in this space? Without hesitation, Feng Qing Huang shook her head. She had been using his senses to sense the space when she came in. She did not find anything. There is a lot of energy. Well, just like you, little star, I am also affected. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. A battle that lasted 11 eras was bound to involve primeval stage cultivators. Who knew what kind of terrible destruction these war ruins had suffered? Perhaps the high-energy reactions they sensed were actually remnants of primeval stage cultivators' power. It was perfectly normal for their senses to be disturbed. After all, he was only a mere Empyrean god of origin. However, even if their souls were useless, it did not prevent them from using their eyes. With his strange physique, even if there were no ghosts in this place, he would definitely be able to find something. Moreover, he felt that there should be something in this place. Based on the fact that the barrier was still there when they came, he was certain that there must be something here. It was just that God knew what it was. That kind of slightly stubborn idea was a little shaken after he wandered around the planet for a long time. As the stagnation was lifted and time passed, the destruction and traces left behind also weakened little by little. The gaze that swept across the planet also gradually became bored and stopped. Yun Nuashing casually stopped at a place and could not help but say to himself, "This is great. My physique also has a time when it fails." Jing Yuanji could not help but smile bitterly. They had been walking around for 2 hours. Other than seeing the remnant traces of destruction weaken little by little, they did not find anything. Nothing happened. It was a little bit of a malfunction. It's boring. After stopping for about 5 minutes, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there was nothing in this strange starfield that was sealed off. When he turned around and was about to go somewhere else, he suddenly saw the stars in the distance distorting before him. There was a layer of transparent, wave-like thing wriggling in the starry sky from 2 ends towards the middle. The energy barrier that was severed and stagnant slowly closed from the edges, sealing the starfield bit by bit. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. Everyone was also shocked by this sudden scene. Before they could react, all the high-energy reactions around them stopped, showing signs of fading away. The flames were still burning, but they would not consume anything. The restored void was fixed at the scene where the opening had not closed, but nothing would disappear from the void crack. The starry sky once again fell into a state of stagnation. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone was stunned. The barrier is closed. The voice of the little angel rang in his mind. Yun Nuashing slowly took a breath, his expression a little stiff. The stagnation effect had appeared in this starfield again. All the energy reactions around him had shown that this effect had appeared. He also felt that the energy reaction in his body was a little strange. It was a little restless, but he could still suppress it. Was this the case when the barrier's effect was reflected on living things? I can't find the source of the energy. Min replied in a low voice. Yun Nuashing was silent. Although that was the case, there was definitely something that still existed here. It might even be a living person. Such a complicated thing that existed only in theory should not be able to self-repair with just a core, just like his large group of magic circles. But what if it was not? Bang! A dull energy explosion sounded in the distant starry sky, causing the silent group to turn their eyes abruptly to look into the distance. The scene of a burst of energy appeared in the distant starry sky. The destructive power caused the sound to reach his ears indiscriminately. The place where the huge burst of energy exploded was far away. It might be the sound of a huge scene being blown up. The tremor of the destructive energy shook the starry sky. A battle scene? Yun Nuashing did not say anything and rushed toward the place where the burst of energy was shooting into the sky. Ripples appeared in the space around him. Those were the movements left behind by magic circles that were set up in the void. His eyes flickered as he looked at the burst of energy that was still expanding. It was impossible for mere residual energy to cause such a commotion in a stagnant scene. Was it a living being? Was it a fourth-rank creation? Or was it some kind of strange thing? Master Phone, be careful. Jing Yuanji reminded him softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. In this place that was very likely to be a battlefield left behind from the mythological era, he needed to be vigilant of the primordial heavenly god spirit. They had already gone deep into a rather dangerous place. It was not impossible for them to die here if they were not careful. The starry sky flowed quickly around him. It did not take long for Yun Nuashing to approach the place where the energy was shining. However, the strange thing was that they did not see anything there. The fiery red energy expanded to the size of a star, and then slowly dissipated. If it were not for the fact that he could determine that there was a huge amount of, for life, rule power in it, he would have thought that it was just a sun that had exploded. There's nothing. Yun Nuashing was really stunned this time. He ran over from across the starry sky, but in the end he did not see anything. Instead, a burst of energy slowly dissipated before his eyes. This was a joke. Bang! An energy roar that was enough to shake the void suddenly erupted less than 100 kilometers in front of them. Their vision, which was originally dim and they could barely see their surroundings, was instantly illuminated as if it was daytime. Yun Nuashing was stunned. A burst of energy with a massive amount of destructive energy and void power was rapidly expanding in front of them. A mere 100 kilometers was covered in it in an instant. He had just reacted to put on a layer of energy shield when he was swallowed by the expanding energy burst. The energy's destructive impact was very powerful. It was at the peak of origin level. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, even if he was caught off guard by this energy, he would still be covered in dust. He would not be injured, but at most he would be in a sorry state. After identifying the direction where the energy was expanding, Yun Nuashing was about to escape the range of the energy explosion in one go. However, the origin energy in his body suddenly lit up at this moment. Both he and his little angel were stunned. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to ignore this sudden movement and escape, the dozens of origin energy hidden in his body suddenly circulated on their own. His body that was about to turn around and run suddenly stiffened. A second later, it dragged his body toward the center of the energy explosion. Huh. What are you playing this time? The little angel was completely calm. She even had the mood to tease him. Although it's late, it's here. Like going against the flow of a waterfall, the origin energy pushed all the destructive energy to the side. In a few seconds, it came to the center of the energy explosion. In the place covered by the light, there was a jagged crack that was 10 feet wide. The endless destructive energy was gushing out from that place like a flood. Space crack? Space. Wait a minute. Could it be that the things that I'm looking for, the things in this space, are all hidden in other layers of space? Yun Nuashing only had time to murmur. The origin energy tied a chain around his hand like a ferocious beast and pulled him into the space crack. He had to desperately hold Frost in his arms to prevent himself from disappearing. After a short and trembling space transition, Yun Nuashing clearly felt that he had gone to a deeper space. However, there were many rules that were almost similar to the space just now, except that the edges and corners were different. He rushed out from the center of another energy explosion and quickly passed through another energy explosion's light ball. Little star, the breath of life. I feel it. Destructive energy. The threat level is very high. Be careful. Min also reminded in a deep voice. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already very careful, but the situation now was that he couldn't remember what he remembered. It was as if they were being dragged from one dimension to another by the origin energy. Furthermore, the urgency of the situation made him recall the time when he was tormented by more than 100 origin energy essences. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, he would have cursed out loud right now. His divine soul hurriedly fused into the void and began to spread in all directions. He began to pray that this space would not be disturbed by so much energy. After a while, a group of people who seemed to be humans appeared in his senses. One group of people was wearing pale white robes, and the other group was wrapped in black robes with hoods on their heads. They looked like a cult on a certain planet in a certain world. They were just short of carrying 2 torches to enforce the law. The group of people in the pale white robes was very different from the other group in terms of quality and quantity. Their attack methods were no different from what he knew. The primeval heavenly gods had fallen to the point of fighting each other in close quarters, and it was obvious that hand-to-hand combat was a common method across the void. The other was only energy attack methods, and if he wanted to change it again, he would at most combine the two. However, those people in black robes didn't look right. Chaos, no order, no rationality, or at least a considerable part of their rationality had been fed to the dogs. Why was their presence so similar to the abyssal death, mist spawn, and the distorted race? When the two were put together and multiplied by 3, it would almost become the former. If there was anything else, it was only a feeling. Unusually dangerous. This was the most straightforward feeling that was transmitted to him by both his soul and the origin energy. And this danger did not seem to be referring to the abnormality of any one of them, but that they were abnormal. He threw this small problem aside and did not have time to care about it. More importantly, he was almost out of the place where the energy burst out, and in 5 seconds at most, he would be exposed to the scene of the battle. There was obviously a problem with the origin energy pulling him here, and he could not figure it out for a while. There must be one side in the scene that would become the tour guide, but he could not tell which side it was. He quickly yelled in his soul, "Which side?" "The black one. The one that doesn't look like a good guy. That one. Hit him. Hit the mother asterisk cur." Their opinions were unusually united, and Yun Nuashing did not intend to hesitate after hearing this. His soul merged with the little angel, and his body turned silver white in less than a second. Magic circles that had already accumulated energy to blast through the void were waiting for the opportunity to move, and with the help of the origin energy, he leaped out of the explosion of light. "Give me the pull of all things." Min could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. Why is it still the same move?